I trust our like-minded community will and can work together to raise the visibility of MBS and make actionable proposals on nature-based solutions for climate. So with that, I conclude my remarks, and I'll hand over to Felix to walk us through the brief agenda or rundown for the day. And I certainly look forward to a very productive discussion. Hopefully, by the end of the day, we can all walk away with some useful information and actionable proposals. Thank you.
Thanks, Lulu. So yeah, it's so great to see there's so many of you here. We still have people coming, so I see some gaps. Maybe you can fill the gaps, and that the latecomers could sit at the edge here. So yeah, thank you very much. And so first, if you haven't seen the program booklet, you can scan this QR code to download it. And in the afternoon, and also throughout the forum, we will have an interactive question system. So it's called a Easy Retro. So you could also scan this, and you can type in your questions here, and we'll try to address them here. So yeah, the forum will be divided into 3 sessions. The first session will be setting the scenes, understanding the current climate risks and what policies are there and how we could integrate nature-based solutions. And after the break, we will have the session 2. We will showcase case studies around Greater Bay Area and Hong Kong. Yeah, and how to find nature-based solutions in a practical way. And in the afternoon, after lunch, we'll have the panel discussions. So we'll have some distinguished guests. So please stay for the panel discussions. Yeah, so without further ado, we will start the day. Okay. So may we invite Kitty from Civic Exchange. Oh, sorry, this is Lawrence. Will be the chair of the session 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the session 1. It is my pleasure to have all of you here today with us for let's explore together about what is the MBS. So that first, before I jump into my speech, I really would like to say thank you to our partner, TNC, especially Lulu, Marine, and Felix to work together, and the TNC team to work together to make this happen. And then I also would like to thank for Civic Exchange team to hard work to make this happen too. So that I would like to really echo back to Lulu's speech just a moment ago. It is a long, long way to go, but we need to identify the lower hanging fruit solution, which is the definition of the MBS, because we have a lot of own definition, and then this term is not really well defined yet. So that therefore in this session, where we will set up the scene for today into the nature-based solution policy framework and its role to addressing the pressing issue of climate change for Hong Kong and the GBA. I'm honored to be your chair today, and then I would like to take a moment to set the stage for our discussion in the session 1. Today, we will explore the emerging concept of the nature-based solution, while it is not yet defined, and then which really like a buzzword like Lulu mentioned a moment ago, and then but it is gaining momentum rapidly. And so that in this session, we will really like to use different experts, through the different expert sharing, to really uncover the potential application in Hong Kong. As we together, we can really make the MBS terms become more tangible and then more applicable in Hong Kong. By the end of this session, you will really to understand and take away a deeper understanding of the MBS policy framework and its relevancy in tackling climate change, which is a very urgent issue for all the human waste. Because like Lulu mentioned, in this just the summer, we already experienced a lot of big black rainstorm, and then typhoon Sitlo number 10, more frequent typhoon and flooding already affect Hong Kong people safety. So that you also will gain insight into really holistic and integrated MBS policy for Hong Kong, and then explore like what kind of policy that and practicing already happen in the Greater Bay Area. And then also, finally, you will learn the pathway that can help us to really achieve this long journey ahead. One thing I would like to remind you, if you have, because today we have a very packed agenda, so that we don't have any Q&A time in the session 1, so that I would like to remind you, if you have any question arise during the presentation, I would like recommend you to use the easy virtual to ask the question, because one thing we are very lucky and honored that is all the speakers in the session 1 will stay here for the whole day, so that you will have chance to really ask them the question in the afternoon interactive session. So that we are really looking forward for your question and spark very fruitful discussion this afternoon. But in the first session, I would like to really invite our first speaker, Kitty Tam, to really share like a holistic and integrated MBS policy overall for Hong Kong. Kitty Tam is from Civic Exchange, and she will provide us very valuable insights into strategic direction that Hong Kong can take in addressing climate change challenge through MBS. Let me really quickly share Kitty's bio with all of you. Kitty Tam is the program lead of the Hong Kong 2050 is now. In her role, she aims to influence and encourage society to adopt rapid, deep and sustained climate action while promoting the nature positive and then having a diverse educational background in geography, business management, and environmental governance. Kitty has acquired a comprehensive understanding in different kind of between like human activity and the nature world. With her previous experience at WWF Hong Kong, Kitty plays a key role in driving policy change to address pressing environmental issues. So let me pass my time to Kitty.
Hi all. First of all, I would like to thank the TNC and Civic Exchange team to make this work. I am Kitty from Civic Exchange, here to discuss nature-based solution policy. I will call it NBS later. Without further ado, I am breaking down NBS policy into 5 areas: what it is, existing treaties, Hong Kong's NBS if any, our recommendation, and we will go over the policy address and what it means for NBS policy going forward. So, history and definitions. This graph is taken from IPCC's latest AR6 technical summary report, showcasing the connection between climate, ecosystem, and us. On the left-hand side, it highlights the existing risk we are facing, and on the right is the outcome should we take timely action. Let's have a look at the big picture. Which future are you rooting for? The one on the left, which we take nature for granted and overexploit all its resources, or the one on the right, which we conserve and restore nature and benefit from all its resources? I hope everyone here and online understand our relationship with nature. Mother Nature does more for us than we do for her. So, here is the sacred timeline of NBS, who is watching low-key. NBS was first mentioned in the early noughties, picked up by the EC in 2015, now everywhere, including IPCC and CBD. So here's the quote. According to IUCN, nature-based solutions are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems in ways that address societal challenges effectively and adaptively to provide both human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So NBS isn't a conservation trend. It is conservation in action. Or let me rephrase this to applied conservation, the same way applied science work. Nature is conserve or restore because it has the best answer to our development needs. Don't get me wrong, both conservation and NBS must coexist, just that we need more NBS to provide benefits for everyone. So where's Lydia? I made this slide for you. We let nature run its course. We conserve or restore. And the key point here is NDS and NIS are not directly dependent on functioning ecosystems. Here's the global standard, a self-assessment tool designed to facilitate the implementation of NBS. It provides a unified and clear guideline. International treaties, as you can see, we need to hold hands together to make things work. So here's the two most relevant treaties for NBS. Paris Agreement and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. The Paris Agreement highlights the important ecosystem integrity, including oceans, and the protection of biodiversity with a focus on the key role of forests as carbon sinks. It asks parties to include ecosystem in their adaptation plan. 66% of Paris Agreement signatories include NBS in their first NDCs. On the right-hand side, the red dots showing NDCs in which NBS was explicitly mentioned. So let's have a look at what others are doing. Singapore first. Singapore has 2 NBS actions in its adaptation plans currently, and planning another 3, while it has committed to planting 1 million more trees by 2030, which I find it very amazing. Canada is putting its wallet where its mouth is with a clear action plan, which I endorse wholeheartedly. Vietnam has a clear target in mind, where it has a fraction of our budget. And Chile is protecting 42% of its waters, while Hong Kong is currently protecting only 5%. And China is doing so much, and I will let Kelly do her thing in the next presentation. So second international treaty is CBD, Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So there's a nature positive mission with 23 targets. Parties need to submit their NBSAP next year in CBD COP16. 2 targets explicitly mention nature-based solution, Target 8 and Target 11. So let's see what Hong Kong is doing. Climate Action Plan. I like how KS Wong described it as 4T. Target, timeline, transparency, together. It also explicitly mentioned NBS. I am looking forward to what DSD has to say in their presentation later. And watch my podcast with KS to find out more. Hong Kong's BSAP. Where's our AFCD colleague? So, climate change appears 10 times out of 98 pages. I leave it up to you if you think it's too little or just good enough. As AFCD will update it soon, I will count again. So third one is being the NNCP. 12 priority sites were selected with 2 schemes to conserve them. After chatting with KS in the podcast and found out it took more than 10 years to make a public-private partnership scheme deal in Charlottetown, I feel by this time one is done, I will be old. This is our recommendation for NBS policy. Here is a quote that inspired me. It reminds us both climate change and biodiversity loss must be tackled together. So here is the integrated NBS policy. I copied KS Wong's 4T because I liked his idea. So first, I for IUCN Global Standard. I don't think all NBS projects must meet all criteria at the starting stage, for example, to be economically viable. But all NBS projects proponents must go through this guideline step by step seriously and explain why they can't meet the certain criteria. And N for nature positive. We need to set a target to know where we are heading to. For climate change, we aim at carbon neutrality. So for biodiversity, we should aim at nature positive. And T for together. Just remember co. Co-design, co-create, and co-management. And E for evaluation. We must constantly evaluate our progress and be transparent. And G for green finance. The money is already earmarked. We must put it to good use. R for restoration. I will let Dr. Han, Dr. Hao, and TNC talk about it. So A for avoidance. Mitigation hierarchy on the right-hand side. Avoidance before anything else. So remember, avoid turning ecosystem from carbon sink to carbon sources. And T for task force. We need to have an NBS task force, just like hydrogen task force. The things move very quickly with a specific team of people in the government working on it. E for empowerment. We need to raise awareness. There is no planet B. D for decision making. So, in the picture, that is my hope for new development project proposal. Decision maker must consider climate change and biodiversity risk and impact at all time. Do I still have time? So here is CE Johnny's new policy address. He said one of the zones in Northern Metropolis is a blue-green recreation zone with recreation and eco-tourism. Civic exchange feedback is that he must set a nature-positive target to prevent any further biodiversity loss due to all these human activities. And he needs to go through the IUCN global standard to make sure the projects are truly beneficial to both people and nature. So here is our vision and mission. It is so important to remember this so we can make a change together, holding hands. Thank you.
So, thank you, Kitty, to share international treaty like the CBD and then also like the IPCC, these two very broad and then high-level treaty for the global MBS practice, and then also a lot of like country cases, and I believe that it will spark our discussion in this afternoon, and then also offer like a really broad idea like how the global community adopt NBS to address the issue now and in the future. And then also zoom in back to Hong Kong and then offer the Hong Kong society with some recommendation. But just Hong Kong is not enough to really tackling the climate issue, because it is a systematic matter. So that we need regional collaboration. So next, we will hear from Kelly, representing the International Council for Local Environmental Initiative. She will share her expertise on nature-based solution, climate policy, and then practices in the Greater Bay Area. Her presentation will offer us a broader perspective on the regional effort and potential collaboration between the Greater Bay Area and Hong Kong. Let me share about Kelly bios with you. Kelly is the program officer at ICLEI. She has a interdisciplinary academic background in both social science and sustainability research. She holds a master's degree from Lund University Center for Sustainability Study, where she was engaged in different kinds of community climate action and sustainable urban food system projects. That it makes her become more competent to really empower community work in the Pearl River Delta region. So that let me pass my time to Kelly to share with you all insights about the Greater Bay Area. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Lawrence, for the introduction, and it embarrassed me a bit because I don't have a really high degree here, and I'm not a Hong Kong expert, and it's a really nice chance today for me here to learn more about you and about Hong Kong. And so a little bit introduction about ICLEI. It's shortened for ICLEI, and it's an International Council for Environmental Initiatives, and because we are international NGO funded back in the one UN conference, because everyone here will know the UN parties are mainly countries. But we get a time back in 1990 and get a chance to know. So, okay, so if we're going to tackle environmental or sustainable development issues, we cannot only focusing on the national level, and it needs to be done locally or subnationally. That's how we develop as a ICLEI, and we work with subnational and cities. And yeah, so if you can still see a little bit here, we are an international city network, and we get regional secretaries and country offices. And myself being working with the East Asia Secretariat, and I'm based in Beijing. So mainly I'm focusing on work in China, North Korea, and also Mongolia. Yeah, so in ICLEI, we got 5 different pathways. And yeah, so it's about, because in different countries or in different regions, the situation will be quite different. And way back now, for now, I'm mainly working with nature-based development and also resilience. So to say, if we put it under East Asia context, I'm mainly working with ambience and also with climate adaptation and mitigation. Yeah, so without further ado, let's go to the main point here today, because I guess I'm the only one talking about super overarching policies, and that's a policy Felix still asked me to introduce to you, because I think back in the end of 2021, people are it drew quite a lot of attention to the so-called zero carbon policy by the national government in China. And it's so to put it pretty simple, that's a zero carbon policy or targets is mainly focusing on carbon peak by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. And because I put a few dots up there to say, even that's a national guideline here, a lot of work has been done before. So in China, there's a traditional policy or political system to say we already get piloting programs going, or we have different sectors have been doing similar practices, and that's the time that I guess the national government feels comfortable to release the agenda and how the country is going to transfer towards a more sustainable or greener future. And yeah, so right after the guidelines published and got the action plan, and also a few months ago, we also gather standards like to work on the carbon peak or carbon actions. Yes. And okay, so more text here. There are 10 meaning very important policies or like 10 areas mentioned and the carbon peak action. And meaning I will only draw your attention to a few here for your reference because I think that be most relevant and most interesting for our audience in Hong Kong. So the first one would be the economic transformation, and to say that's a comprehensive transformation and to being greener. And the second one will be the industrial restructure. So to say, because everybody knows like China now is so-called the world's industrial center to providing quite a lot of goods or products towards the world. And that, so the second one will require more attention or more deep transformation for the industrial. And the fifth one, I think is pretty useful for the GBA area, also for Hong Kong, because that's more like the integrated action alongside the urban-rural area. So to say, like, including the new urban planning and the transformation, and there will be more like aspects going to be covered towards a more like low carbon perspective. Yeah, also the seventh one, and that's the very, very like relevant topic to today because that's about the carbon storage and also the function of an ecosystem and as a carbon sink. And I know we'll get experts here and people will hear more about it. Because and then like for the GBA area and also for Hong Kong, like we'll get a perfect climate condition here for mangrove, and there will be at a really, really nice like ecosystem buffer and also the carbon sink in the future. Okay, and the 8th one is about international cooperation, and the 10th one is about the institutionalized transition and the finance or investments. And because in Hong Kong as a financial center, we all know like actually in the private sector, people do act faster. Because like Hong Kong has already got the ESG standards or TNFD, and both of them very important for implementing or upscaling the nature-based solutions or maybe climate risk analysis. Okay, so you can hear until now, like for the zero carbon policies, that's mainly focusing on like climate mitigation. But like in China, is also a very important part about climate adaptation already. And as you can see, like it was first released back in 2013 as a national strategies and climate change adaptation. And it just updated again last year jointly by 17 ministries. Okay, so for those of you, if you're not very familiar with the political structure in China, like that's a very important signature here because like traditionally, maybe people are also only thinking about climate change or climate mitigation is a part of work for climatology or environmental departments. So by following this track to say if it's already published by 17 ministries, which means like because there's also very top-down mechanism. So it's already at the same characters at the national level, and for the local or for subnational policy making, they also need to follow the same structure to say there should be a joint or cross-departmental collaboration to issue climate adaptation actions. Yes, and also again, so another very important topics here to cover is the second point about the two perspectives to be taken to work on the climate action plan. So the first one will be the natural part, and the second one will be the economic and the social systems. And because like in Hong Kong, like we also get a quite urbanized area and also large scale of ecosystems. So that's a part like we can think like different pathways to say how we can work as a more urbanized area and how to work more on the nature conservation areas. Yes. And also the third one is about the different regional context. Yes, so to say, because China is such a big country, at different types of climate characteristics, and it's mentioned for the GB area, there should be a collaborative action plan across the whole region. So to say, how to work on that. Yes. Okay, so far about the policy part. So let me introduce you more about, is there already something being done in China in general? Okay, so the first one, I'm going to introduce you about 3 different categories, except the low carbon ones we covered before. And here are 3 mainly important ones being done in an urban context. So the first one is very famous at the international level about the Smart City program. And the second one is climate adaptive city. And the third one is resilient city. So the Smart City one was very mature one in China, so to say, and used to be back in Shenzhen, back in 2005. And it was done mainly for maintaining the heavy rainstorms. And laterly, also get a national piloting programs, with more than 30 cities, then the third batch, for more than 60 cities. And for the climate adaptive one, it's more people, it was started back then, people are not super familiar with the context. But right now, 2 months ago, we also got a new one, in doing. And the resilient ones are also the same. It's a program trying to integrate different perspectives here. And we also get a climate adaptation, or so-called safety city. So to tackle different urban challenges. Okay, so a little bit question here. For all the programs I just introduced, do you have a guess how many of ambitious approaches have been taken for the smart city or climate adaptive cities or others?
10.
Yeah, okay, so I just marked a few, I feel most relevant ones. So that's the points I wanna make here. It's I think ambitious approaches have already been done in China in general, or even worldly. But at the same time, I think ambitious, this concept provide a better idea for us to review the process have been done and the work we need to do in the future. Yeah, and also again about ambitious, Kitty just mentioned, IUCN at the global level. And in China, IUCN is also working very proactively with the national government. And they released 10 cases and ambitious in China, covering different aspects or different environments. And they also, 1 month ago, they established the ambitious Asia Center in Beijing, also jointly with the national government. I won't go to any more in detail about the programs going, but the Smart City one is the most famous one, have been already using quite a lot of ambitious approaches. And also back in Guangzhou, also the GB area, they're also trying to make a program about urban cooling. So to say, to make a large scale different ecosystem functions to cooling the city, because actually Guangzhou is more hotter than Hong Kong for some reason. Yeah, a little bit more background about what I've been doing. So that's a program we have been doing jointly for EU-China collaboration to showcase different practices have been done, that's a micro or macro perspective on how ambitious structures or ambitious approaches can be implemented in the context. And that's another EU-funded project, because actually ambitious is a very, very mature concept back in Europe, and it's been done for more than 15 years, and they're doing a lot of innovative research and a joint program with cities and with academia, and to say how to generate more actions or generate more knowledge and to elevate or to implement MBS better. Okay, and also back to the eclipse work here. Because we are, as I mentioned at the very beginning, like we have been an organization funded by United Nations, and we also been the vehicle to, so to say, to convey the message from a subnational city level up there. And also we are trying to create more spaces for cities or for the different regions to communicate. So that's also event like we also get our Hong Kong representative to participate last year in Montreal, and we got colleagues from AFCD. And it's also very nice to know like we will get more actions to be done, like upgrading the Hong Kong LBSAP later this year, and also mentioned back in the policy address releasing Wednesday. Yes. Okay, so that's a platform we used and also jointly work with TNC globally to do this kind of practices and to do the reporting. Yeah. So I'm gonna end my presentation here to say we get different functions for cities, like provided by nature at different scale and to support our life. And I'm very excited today to learn more about you. And that's it, and that's my reference, and thank you so much.
So, thank you, Kelly. Thank you very much. Yeah, so that thank you for offering all of you like an overview about the national policy, and then also like what is the key program in urban and rural area in mainland China. And then from the policy perspective, it is super useful for us to really rationale the real action for Hong Kong and the GBA. But you may aware that two of our speakers are very focused to discuss like the policy side. You may wonder that is it just talk without action? But be patient. Up next, two of our speakers in the session 1 will really focus on the real action, so that we will then turn our attention to really critical goal of achieving carbon neutrality in the Greater Bay Area. So that in the following presentation, Professor Wang from South China Botanical Garden, Chinese Academy of Science, will guide us through an MBS pathway towards the ambitious target. He will share his research and insight with us to provide a very valuable guidance on how nature-based solution approach can really harness to mitigate carbon emission effectively. Let me really quick go through Professor Wang's bio, because he has a very long bio, because he is a very well-experienced researcher and practitioner in the nature-based solution. So please accept my apology. I cut down your bios a bit. Professor Wang is a biogeochemist, and his research focus on examining how climate change and human effect on like the coastal ecosystem and like biogeochemistry cycling. His approach to research is multidisciplinary, spanning the field of like plant psychology, ecology, microbiology, and the micromolecular biology. Professor Wang graduated from South China Botanical Garden, the Chinese Academy of Science in 2010, and earned his PhD in soil ecology. So let me pass my time to Professor Wang to share his insight with you.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation from TNC, and thanks for the introduction. And I'm Fami Wang from South China Botanical Garden, and today my talk is about the coastal blue carbon in China, the nature-based solution towards the carbon neutrality. So the outline of my presentation today, the first two sections about some brief introduction on what is blue carbon and why they can sequester a lot of carbon. And the third section is why they are the climate change, nature-based climate solution. And the fourth and the last section is about the blue carbon studies in China, and also some of current studies in my lab. So what is coastal blue carbon? Coastal blue carbon mainly include 3 ecosystems. It's mangrove, seagrass, and salt marsh. It was first mentioned in the 2009 by IPCC special report, and from 2009 to now, over 1 decade passed, and every year, if you are in the academic studies, you will see that every year there's many studies on this topic, and the blue carbon became a very hot topic in the global carbon studies. And the blue carbon ecosystem is important not because they have a big area. Their area is not very large, and total area is around 0.2% of the seabed area, and their biomass is also not very large, and it's 0.05% of all the terrestrial biomass. But there are 50% of the ocean organic carbon sedimentation occurred in the coastal region, mainly the coastal wetland. So they are important for the carbon sequestration in the ocean. And why they can sequester carbon? Their carbon sequestration mechanism is similar as the terrestrial ecosystem because the carbon capture is mainly by the high plants in this coastal wetland, and they are high plants and they have very high efficient photosynthesis rate than the ocean plants, than the algae. And but different with the terrestrial ecosystem, they captured this carbon and let them become organic carbon, and then go to the fall into the sediment. Different with the terrestrial ecosystem, this sedimented carbon do not release to the atmosphere by the microbial activities because they are frequently flooded by the seawater, and so they have very high efficient carbon burn rate than the terrestrial ecosystem like forest. And on the other side, they also have a lateral carbon flux due to the tidal floodings, and you will see there are mainly particulate organic carbon, dissolved organic carbon, and dissolved inorganic carbon go through the tide, go through the ocean water, and go to the ocean ecosystem. So compared to the terrestrial ecosystems, they have very high capacity of the carbon sequestration per area, and there's no saturation point of the carbon sequestration in this ecosystem, because in the forest you will see that a forest can grow about 50 or 40 years or 60 years, but after 60 years, like a human being getting older, they will have no capacity for the carbon sequestration, and they will reach a saturation point of the carbon sequestration. And the second one is they have very high carbon stocks and high carbon burn rate per area. And in the left side of this slide, you will see the upper one is about the carbon stock. We compare the different blue carbon ecosystem, and the last one is the tropical forest. You will see that the carbon stock per area is higher, much higher in the mangroves and salt marsh. And the lower one is carbon burn rate in this ecosystem. The first three, the short one, the short bars is from the forest, is tropical, boreal, and temperate forest. And the later three one, the high one is our coastal blue carbon ecosystem, and the y-axis is from 1 to 10 and to 100. So the carbon burn rate in our coastal blue carbon ecosystem is over 10 to 100 times higher than the forest ecosystem. And the third one is they have very high stability, because most of this carbon is from the is go to the sedimentation carbon, and can last a very long time, very high stability. And as the last one, compared to the terrestrial ecosystem, their carbon can stay over there for a very long time and have long turnover time, and from 1,000 to million years. So this is a recent study in the 2020 published in the Nature Sustainability, and they compared different ecosystems for their soil organic carbon sequestration potentials. And this is a global study. The first one is the upper one is the forest, and we only focus on the coastal wetland and the forest. From the data, you will see that the global forest is 40 million square kilometers, and coastal wetland is only 0.2 million square kilometers. But their soil organic carbon sequestration potential till 2030 is around 60% in the coastal wetland compared to the forest globally. So their carbon sequestration potential is pretty high, and I think it's over 100 times higher than the forest ecosystem per area. Okay, so talk about the blue carbon ecosystem, and I think most of us want to know in the first question is where are they? And this shows the distribution of this ecosystem. Mangroves mainly distributed in the tropical and subtropical region, and tidal marsh or salt marsh is mainly in the temperate region. And seagrass distributed all over the world in the tropical and temperate region. And this shows the carbon stocks of this ecosystem globally. And you see the mangrove, their area is very good estimated, and total area is about 137,000 square kilometers globally. And salt marsh have a larger variation from the 22 to 400,000 square kilometer. And seagrass also have a large variation from the 160,000 square kilometer to the 1,600,000 square kilometers. So, but totally, all these three ecosystems, the total area range from 320,000 square kilometer to over 2,000 square kilometers, and their carbon stocks was also estimated from the nearly 9,000 to the 35,000 tegagram carbon globally. Tegagram is the unit of carbon. It's 12th power, so it's a very large unit. But you see that there's large variations, mainly due to that the area estimation have not so accurate. And besides the carbon stocks, every year we want to know how much carbon can go to this ecosystem. And this is the carbon sequestration rate. And this study is conducted by my group, and we estimated that globally the mangrove every year can sequestrate about 40 tegagram carbon per year, and the salt marsh can sequestrate about 12.6 tegagram per year. And globally it's around 54 tegagram carbon per year. And this rate is, the value may be not so large compared to the carbon emission, CO2 emission by the human beings every year, but their rate is pretty high per area. This carbon sequestration rate is 15 times higher than the terrestrial ecosystem per area, and nearly 50 times than the ocean ecosystem per area. And besides the carbon stock and the carbon sequestration rate, their response to climate change is also very important topic. And here we found that the salt marsh, the carbon sequestration rate highly related to the sea level rise, and the mangroves, in the mangrove, the carbon sequestration is highly related to the temperature and the precipitation. And based on this findings, we established a model to estimate the carbon sequestration in this coastal ecosystem. And till the end of this century, we found that the carbon barrier in this wetland can keep increase globally. And with higher climate change scenario, they will sequestrate higher carbon. So compared to the green carbon in the terrestrial ecosystem, the blue carbon in this coastal wetland has a negative feedback to the climate change. in the green carbon ecosystem, it's usually a positive feedback because higher CO2 and lead to the higher temperature and lead to the higher soil carbon emission to the atmosphere. But in the blue carbon, here is a negative feedback because the high CO2 can lead to the high temperature and high sea level rise. High sea level rise can lead to the high carbon barrier, so more carbon go to the coastal wetland and can reduce the CO2 emission to the atmosphere. So in China, we have several different with globally, because in China, in the field, you will see that besides the mangroves, salt marsh, and seagrass, China also have a lot of tidal flats. And the tidal flats, most of this carbon is from the nearby mangroves and salt marsh, and they also sequestrate a lot of carbon. And the area, I think here you will see the data is much higher than the mangrove and salt marsh. So here, my study estimated all the national scale blue carbon ecosystem and plus the tidal flat, and we estimated their carbon stock. The total data is around 45 teragram to the 118 teragram. And their carbon barrier rate is also estimated here, and you will see most of this carbon barrier happened in the tidal flats, and the total data is around 0.55 to the 2.06 teragram carbon per year. And in addition to this carbon sequestration in the coastal blue carbon ecosystem, they also provide other ecosystem functions or ecosystem service, like the storm protection, shoreline stabilization, water conservation, purification. They also have a high biodiversity and productivity. So totally, these ecosystem service may be higher than their carbon sequestration, and our estimation that is around 32,000 US dollars per hectare per year in China. And this is some global Greater Bay Area data from the this for the Guangdong province. How much the mangroves and the carbon stock and the carbon barrier rate we estimated recently. And besides this, the conservation and the restoration of this ecosystem is also very important. So we recently have some studies on this topic, and we found that salt marsh restoration can greatly increase the total carbon stock and the carbon barrier rate, and also help to reduce the methane emission. So it's a very high efficient carbon sequestration practice. And the other case studies in the Yancheng wetland in central of China, we compared the history change of the tidal wetland in the Yancheng, and we found that land reclamation caused great carbon losses in the last 40 years, but at the same time, subtenna invasion or expansion helped to increase the blue carbon. So, and the other thing is about the mangrove restoration. The similar findings, the restoration of mangroves can increase the total soil carbon stocks. And we also analyzed their details about where are these carbon from. Some papers we are getting published soon. And besides that, we also compared different species. Here is an introduced species and a native species of mangroves, and we found that their leaf characters and can affect the soil microbial community, and the soil microbial community also further affects the carbon sequestration in the tidal wetland, in the mangroves. Okay. And the other thing is that we estimate the global potential of the mangrove restoration, and we estimated the investment and investment analysis, and we found that the benefit cost ratio of the mangrove restoration is about 8.5 to 22.5, which means we invest $1 into the mangrove restoration, we will get over $8.5. so it's a very good practice. So this are some take-home message very quickly. And blue carbon ecosystem are high efficient carbon sequestration ecosystem, and globally they can sequestrate carbon is 54 teragram carbon per year. And this rate is about 50 times and nearly 50 times higher than the terrestrial and ocean ecosystem. And we also found that the globally this carbon sequestration potential can keep increase till the end of this century. And in China, this data is around 118 teragram carbon stored in the blue carbon ecosystem. And this ecosystem also provide other ecosystem service. And I think the protecting and restoring this coastal ecosystem can be a key strategy for China to achieve this goal of the carbon neutrality by the 2060. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wang. So Professor Wang already shared a lot of like scientific and then data insights, in particular demonstrate the potential of mangrove seagrass on carbon sequestration, and also help us to really differentiate between green and blue carbon. And then in particular, he impressed me is he also estimate the cost of the carbon sequestration approach worth for like US dollar 32,000 HEC per year. So that's also echo back to what Kitty really mentioned in her presentation at the very beginning. We need an integrated approach to help us to mitigate the potential climate impact. So that up next, I would like to invite Dr. Lu from Research Center for Eco-Environmental Science, and then he will bring us an example on coastal vulnerable assessment and habitat restoration, or as MBS for Hong Kong. His presentation will highlight the importance of safeguarding our coastal area and the role of the MBS in enhancing our Hong Kong resilience. So Dr. Lu is a sustainable engineer specialized in city infrastructure and the environment. He holds PhD in environmental engineering from Georgia Institute of Technology and Bachelor of Science in environmental science and economy from Peking University. His focus is on innovative analytic and modeling approach to understand the performance of urban water and energy system in terms of integrated of diverse disciplines such as engineering, modeling, sustainability assessment, and applied data science. So that let me welcome Dr. Lu to come to the front and then to have a presentation.
All right, good morning, everyone. Hey. This is Zhong Ming. I'm from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. I'm doing the presentation on behalf of Dr. Baolong Han. He now is in Shenzhen. He flied to Shenzhen. He tried to be in Hong Kong this morning, but he cannot find his permit. So I know Baolong for more than 10 years. I co-worked with him many times. I think this is a very important study supported by TNC with Felix and his colleague. I think I will present this work as an academic reviewer to share my understanding how useful and impactful of this research could be. And this work also in leverage with our division of environment and sustainability. We have a cluster of climate adaptation resilience. So my work is on infrastructure and sustainability. I will share you my interpretation of this study and how we can move forward and develop an action-based science for climate resilience and adaptation. All right. So the topic today is on this cost of vulnerability. I think this is a very critical issue since Hong Kong suffered the historical storm in the last few months. So the idea of this study is to evaluate the nature-based solution in terms of its benefit to reduce the risk in northern metropolitan area. This is the region of this study, okay, in the northern area, including existing towns, Fenglin, Shangshui, and Yunlang area. In this large area, we're going to build multiple cities to host larger populations. In the next slides, okay, there is a quick overview about the landscape of this region. So far, the major area we are having here is woodland, okay, the benefit from Hong Kong conservation activity. Meanwhile, we should pay attention that although, okay, we don't have very dense urban there, okay, we have some larger area for built-up areas scattered across this region areas, okay. So the population now is 1 million, and what we're going to target for this region will be 2.5 million populations by the 2030 or later. Now, this is current population distributions. This plot demonstrated the planning district in Hong Kong. This is size for planning cities. But we know that in the northern metropolis area, this planning unit is relatively large at this moment. Okay. So this is the projection. So this is current population distribution, okay, mainly in the new towns. This is a projection of the future population, depending on the current planning posted by government. Okay, we will have multiple new areas. This is Shenzhen, Shanghai, kind of science park. This is 2 new areas focusing on high innovative technologies and transport and innovations. So this is the projections of the population distribution. One thing that we really pay attention in this area is the potential sea level rise. Currently, based on historical data, every 10 years, the sea level rise in Hong Kong is around 10 centimeters. So by the end of this century, based on this climate scenario, we call shared socio-economic population pathway with RCP, the concentration pathways 4.5. This is considered as a kind of aggressive, but not that aggressive scenario for climate mitigation and population growth. So in this case, we are seeing that there is a sea level rise in this region. But one thing we should remind is sea level rise is not the only factor we should consider. We should also consider the storm surge because of sea level rise. Okay, that causes more damages across the region. Okay. What actually Baolong and the TC evaluate in this study, looking at 2 major approaches. One is the oyster reef restoration, and along this coastline, and the other approach evaluated is mangrove restoration. Okay, this is the area. I think we can always see this area from Shenzhen view. Okay, you can see this is a larger, vast area. So this is the idea, okay, to restore this fish pond to mangroves. Okay, but from my perspective, I think the future study will think about the economic benefits or the trade-offs. Because now if you choose to restore the mangrove, so how about the fish pond, the benefits? So there's a lot of things we should think. That's why we have to do a lot of analysis later. So given these scenarios, they try to evaluate, okay, what could be the benefit of this approach. So the idea of this tool is using the index-based, developing some composite index to understand the trade-off. So in this study, the tool, okay, Baolong and their team, led by Professor Ouyang, they have great efforts in developing these invest models that can quantify the nature-based solution, the benefits, and quantify the trade-offs. So in this study, they select 4 indicators. One is sea level rise, in terms of how sea level rise, the meter, and the protections against the sea level rise, done by this tool called the coastal vulnerability index. Okay, I think it's a little bit complicated, but the tool is quite straightforward. The other index they introduced is population density. So basically, higher sea level rise means higher risk. The population means the vulnerability. I will say it's exposure. Okay, how close people get exposed to sea level rise based on the distribution of this population. So the higher population density, the higher vulnerability more people will suffer from the sea level rise. So this is a concept. This measures the risk. On the other side, they quantify the resiliences. Okay, in academic, there is a lot of definition of resiliences, and we try to incorporate resilience in planning tools. So here, the resilience index incorporates the builder density. Okay, we consider this builder density as the infrastructures we build to protect the people from the sea level rise and other climate risk. Okay, so this is considered builder density about this protection infrastructure. The last part is the ecosystem resiliences. This is how we're going to use a nature-based solution, okay, to protect the humans instead of the human-created infrastructures, the hard or gray infrastructures. So put this together. So overall, higher risk in terms of sea level rise and exposure, but a lower risk if we put more infrastructures, both nature-based and human-made infrastructures. So this is the concept. This is a quick overview about the different components of the risk. So the high risk of sea level rise in the coastal area, and ecosystem resilience is depending on the eco-infrastructures like forestries, the habits we have, the connectivities, their size. All this will determine the eco-resiliences. This is the populations densities, and this is the infrastructures now we put in the built-up areas. Okay. So overall, this highlights a composite index about resiliences. We are identify, so okay, basically Baolong and the TCN, their collaborative research, identify the regions here in the Tunmen area, as well as in the northern, in the eastern, northern part. Their reasons for risk is different, okay? So here, many is because we have a high population density, and we are we are suffering from higher sea level rise. In this part, the major reason is not because of the population exposure, it's because we have less built up infrastructures, and the integrity of the ecosystem is less protected. Okay, so the reason for risk is spatial dependent. That's increase the complexities of planning the nature-based solutions. All right, so this is some statistics. I will not repeat them. It's a number. So the strategies is to use a scenario-based solution for the evaluation. There is a few scenarios to quantify. First one is the effect of the restoration, and then the second the other one is this is not urbanization. This urbanization means putting the human infrastructures to protect against the sea level rise. And the last one is a combination of both. So this is the four scenarios, okay? So what they found is first, the sea level rise by the end of this century, the risk will increase by 50%. From the restoration, what we discussed in terms of the oyster and the mangrove strategies, the risk will be reduced, okay, by 20%. And if we rely on human infrastructures, okay, so here is option 3. Here is urbanization strategies. The risk can also be reduced. But the important thing is that we should use both of them. If we use both restoration and consider the human infrastructures, the risk will be further reduced by 20%. Okay, so this is estimation about this scenarios of restoration and by mangrove, by oysters. Okay, all right. So this is a kind of study now. From my perspective, there is a lot of things can be done further to improve the quality and to address the complexities of planning the nature-based solutions. So in our division, we are trying to incorporate all this complex processing in the models and to help planners and decision makers understand the trade-offs. Okay, we have a lot of choices. How we can make right decisions to improve the reliability of the planning solutions for investment for green finance. So welcome also reach us, and we are happy to talk more. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lu. So today in the session 1, from policy, science to engineer solution, in the session 1, all of our speakers, or I believe that they already can offer you all a very holistic overview on the nature-based solution. Maybe let me just have a really quick recap about what our speaker mentioned in the session 1. From Kitty and Kelly, they are mapping out what kind of treaty, target, and policy that influence the nature-based solution development worldwide, and then in the region, and then in Hong Kong. And then to Professor Wang and Dr. Lu share about the nature capability and scenario for various approach to help us to reach the carbon neutrality future. I believe that it is more than sufficient to set up a very good scene for today's event. And then in the second session, which Marine will chair it, we'll discuss more in detail about like the case study and then also local applicability to make sure that today all of you will take away something really actionable, practical, and then also finance viable, like what Dr. Lu mentioned about the green and sustainable finance. So that before that, we will have a break, and then please feel free to move to Cafe 21 and then grab the tea and coffee, which is located at the ground floor of this building. And then the next session will start at 11:15. So that I'm also really encourage you guys, if you have any question, please feel free to use the easy retro to submit your question, because the speaker will stay here this afternoon, and then it will also spark a very good discussion. Thank you.
We're about to start. Please take your seats. All right, a few more minutes. All right, I'm going to start. Welcome back, everyone. In the second part of this morning, we will be moving from policy and conceptual nature-based solutions to learning from actual projects on the ground and how these can contribute to climate mitigation and adaptation for Hong Kong. I'm Maureen Thomas. I'm the Senior Conservation Program Manager for the Nature Conservancy in Hong Kong, and that's just a fancy way to say that I lead our conservation efforts here. The objective of this session is increasing our knowledge from projects on the ground, allowing nature-based solutions to be less conceptual, and really allowing us to see what becomes possible, realistic, scalable, with quantifiable benefits that can directly contribute to our climate targets and pave the way to better integration into planning and policy. With that, our first speaker this morning is Engineer Edwin Lau. Engineer Lau is a civil engineer by profession with over 25 years of experience. He is currently the Assistant Director of the Operations and Maintenance Branch of the Drainage Service Department, responsible for formulating flood control strategies, planning river revitalization, maintenance of drainage and sewage systems, as well as research and development projects. He joins us today to present local blue-green infrastructure projects for flood prevention. Mr. Lau, thank you.
Okay, morning, ladies and gentlemen. Lulu Chow, Lawrence Low, Marine Thomas, distinguished speaker. I think DSD, actually one of the mission of DSD is to improve and operate our drainage services in Hong Kong in a cost-effective and environmentally responsive manner. So here, I would like to share DSD's journey in promoting and applying the blue-green drainage infrastructure concept on our drainage system and some overseas example in combating climate change. Actually, I think Hong Kong, being a coastal city with low-lying areas along the coastline and hilly terrain, and its upstream areas, this geological setting of Hong Kong bring us quite a big challenge in flood prevention. And also, Hong Kong is on the common track of tropical cyclones. Normally, every year we are attacked by about 4 to 8 tropical cyclones in every typhoon seasons. During the passage of typhoon, extreme storm surge may occur that cause the sea level rise to a quite high level, and that finally may coastal flooding to some low-lying areas along our shoreline. Besides, I think everyone may know that the rainfall intensity in Hong Kong is very high. The annual average is more than 2,400 mm, which is higher than most of the cities in the Pacific regions. All these factors have made our city exposed to a high risk of flooding to humans. DSD has developed a holistic flood prevention strategy and implemented numbers of drainage improvement projects in Hong Kong and using 3 adaptation approaches. The first approach is to intercept and divert the storm water from the upstream hilly areas to the sea, direct through some constructed drainage tunnels. For the second approach, surface runoff will be temporarily stored in the underground storage tank during the peak of rainstorm to relieve the burden of downstream drains. And the last but not the least is to upgrade and improve our existing downstream rivers and pipelines. This approach have been proven effective in preventing major flooding during the heavy rainstorm in the past years. However, we experience something different. Climate change has resulted in a surge of extreme weather events. We have all witnessed an alarming increase in the frequency and intensity of the extreme weather, including the recent hits by several super typhoons since 2017, 2018, and this year, as well as a prolonged and very bad rainstorm in September this year. This historic downpour contribute to a record-breaking rainfall of over 1,000 millimeter rainfall in September this year, more than actually 3 times the monthly normal of about 300 mm. This event have devastating the consequence, affecting the community and our economies. It's really crucial that we need to recognize the role of our water cycle in this occurrence, and we need more steps to for better living with the flooding and the rainfall. Normally, under the natural water cycle, high evaporation, high infiltration, and less runoff will be achieved through unpaved ground and dense vegetation. The quality of surface runoff will therefore be less. However, the natural water cycle will be obtained by urban and dense development, like paving roads, building structures, that all those cause less evaporation and less infiltration. And as a result, generating more surface runoff and cause higher risk of flooding. Overall speaking, I think the natural water cycle provides a numerous benefits for the environment and our living quality of people. We also help to control flooding by decentralizing the stormwater across the whole city and improve the city flood resilience. I would like to share some example in overseas, how they tackle the climate change in flood control aspect. For example, this picture shows a garden in Copenhagen. They have implemented actually numbers of climate change adaptation projects under a concept of living with water. This floodable park actually is one of the largest climate change adaptation projects. They have a large dike surrounding the park for retaining more than 22,000 cubic meters of rainwater in extreme event. This park has received WildSpec recognitions, which provide a wide range of recreational space for public enjoyment in dry days, of course, such as a hawker court, a rose garden, a flood lake. In case extreme event, there will be an automatic gate which will be shut down the whole park for flood prevention purpose. The cities in UK, of course, are also exploring various ways in urban planning aspect and planning stage, which could be more flood resilient in combating climate change. This blue-green plan developed by the whole city council, which is a long-term strategy over 25 years actually, to get the community involved in managing the surface water to ensure the flood resilience within the city. Water will be managed and controlled when it falls within the sustainable draining elements, such as some water bugs, rain garden, rainwater planter, etc. All these sustainable blue-green elements will need to be co-create, co-fund, and also co-deliver in partnership with the local resident, business partner, and developers. Another example is a storage lagoon, which is one of the flood alleviation scheme in UK. It's similar to the land co-use concept, in such as maybe some of you have heard of Happy Valley underground storage tank and also the Tai Hang Dong underground storage tank in Hong Kong. Actually, the concept are similar. The lagoon will have a capacity of more than 100 meter cube, 100,000 meter cube capacity. That will in the majority of the time, they will be remain dry and also open for the public to enjoy the natural environment. It will only be filled up during the extreme weathers. Okay. Back to Hong Kong, actually, indeed, we also have some history in promoting our the concept of blue-green infrastructures, maybe over 10 years' time already. Basically, our blue-green drainage infrastructure concept is a bit something similar, but not exactly the same like other Delta city, because our quite special for Hong Kong's situation. We have 8 elements, including river revitalization, flood storage tank, floodable area, bio-retention system, rain garden, green roof, etc. All these elements could allow and help us to absorption, storage, purification, and also utilization of our rainwater. In 2020, our Development Bureau actually have promulgated a technical circular on the blue-green drainage infrastructures. And DSD then prepare some relevant guideline and practice look for the stakeholder for information and use. All at the technical circular, it states that all government projects should actively consider the incorporation of these blue-green elements and apply the land co-use concept in their new developments. River revitalization, I mentioned before, is one of the key applications under the blue-green infrastructures. River channels are no longer designed solely for flood control purpose. We need to have a co-use idea. Also, some old concrete rollers, you may still find quite a lot over the territories. Actually, they were built decades ago, and we will revitalize them to green and lively rivers in order to enhance the water-friendly culture as well as the biodiversity. In order to integrate those rivers into our community, we also promote the blending of river in the city. Based on this blending, we have just last year we have completed Jordan Valley Channel, which is actually one of the revitalized channel or river in the urban setting. The first one will be the Kaida River. We have successfully transformed this concrete roller to a lively water channel by introducing ecological, greening, people-oriented elements to promote water-friendly culture. this on the screen, you may see there is a river garden, which actually offer a green open space for the public, which was built on the river and can have the garden was built with recycled materials, and also the platform roofing is lined with some solar panel that can provide energy source for the light for the garden, and also charging mobile device for the public. Okay, if some of you have time to walk around the area, you may have a look on this revitalized rivers. Another lowland we are now being revitalized, which will be complete next year, is the Kwun Tong Tripping Lowland. This lowland is running along the Tripping Road in Kwun Tong, and we are now transforming this old concrete lowland into a new landmark called Tripping River. Without water, I think revitalization will not be successful. To overcome this problem, we propose a movable and automatic adjust via control, which will be controlled by weather forecast data, real-time rainfall, and tidal level to ensure the regulation of the water level and the creation of this water body will not affect the flood control function. I think flood storage in Hong Kong is a very important key element under the blue-green infrastructure, which aim at storage temporarily the surface runoff during the peak flow of rainstorm. We may heard of, I mentioned before, the Tahang Tong and the Happy Valley underground storage tank. Actually, they are built under existing playground or football pitch. In the upcoming project, we are also exploring more opportunities to incorporate innovative and people-oriented elements. For example, on the screen, you will find one underground storage scheme called circuit-made stormwater storage scheme, which actually we will adopt an open tank design. This is quite different from our previous built storage tank. They are all underground. For this one, we will try to have an open tank design concept, which will be integrated with the circuit-made park, and more landscaping provision will be included. In order to have a higher quality open space for the public enjoyment, we will provide a less energy consumption park, and which will have less operation requirement. Because everyone may know that if we need to operate underground storage tank, we will need more energy consumption during the operation stage. In the new development areas, we will also bring in the concept of floodable area. The Corby Lake under the Anderson Road Corby Development Project is a good example. In normal days, it will be a very nice lake for enjoyment by public. Public can be walk close to the surface area within the lake. However, during the heavy rainstorm, it will be used as temporary storage of rainwater. So public may not be allowed to go inside. All those examples I just mentioned are part of the blue-green infrastructure concept in Hong Kong, and I believe that it will become more trend for our future drainage system. Okay, looking ahead, I think DSD will continue to contribute and promote the blue-green infrastructure concept to foster community interaction through innovation and to adopt co-use approach in our drainage system. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Lau. I'm particularly excited to see the prospects of river restoration and revitalization, and especially for biodiversity, but also, as you mentioned, the co-benefits, public enjoyment, and obviously the flooding prevention. Our next speaker is engineer Vincent Chung from Arup. Engineer Chung is Arup's East Asia Climate and Sustainability Lead. He has over 25 years of experience on low carbon master planning, infrastructure and properties, carbon neutrality, green finance, environment, society and governance, ESG, for international, Greater China and local clients. Engineer Chung has been appointed to serve as committee member of various government and professional organizations, including the Energy Advisory Committee of the Environment and Ecology Bureau and the Hong Kong Green Building Council. Today, he will present and share insights on how Arup integrates nature-based solutions in their clients' projects, and also will discuss a river revitalization project in Tung Chung. Thank you.
Thanks, Maureen. Good morning, everyone. It's really my pleasure here to share our experience. I say I is actually not my own experience. I'm an engineer, you can tell by my title and affiliations. I'm not an ecologist. I know nothing about birds, butterflies, and so on and so forth. But I know that these nature-based is not about the biodiversity alone. It's actually about how we can also take care of the needs of the people. So I'm trying to give you a very kind of quick review, overview on what's happening in the industry and in the market around this nature-based or I would call TNFD's kind of initiative. But we know that nature is not issues that needs to be handled by the government alone. It's actually the private sector, in particular, financial sector, play a very strong role recently on help to promote this kind of adoption or implementation of nature-based in the market. So you can tell globally that we have this protocol, the COP15s, that provide the kind of over arching guideline on how we can work in terms of policy and in terms of regulation. So, but importantly, I think we also need to have kind of attraction from the financial sector and also the practitioners. So I think we know that in the coming years that a lot of those action around that 28, 23 kind of action proposed by COP15s will be implemented in the industry. In particular, on the around the TNFD, whereby that the private sector, in particular financial sector, need to disclose their kind of supply chain, not only around carbon reduction, but more on how they can enhance the natural assets or values that can help to promote the kind of health and well-being of people and also the planet. So we actually see kind of frameworks now in place around it's kind of overarching, as I said, COP15 definitely provide the kind of national level and also on the governmental kind of level of collaborations. I mean, in particular, that two actions or three actions are related on how to can bring nature to urban is very important in the context of Hong Kong. That Mr. Lau has already give you a very good kind of overview why water is so important. But I think in context of our urban environments, other issues are also as important, which later I'll give you kind of detail on that. But more importantly, the business sector that are developing some frameworks like the SBTN, science-based target kind of nature, helping the industry to practice, and also with the kind of guideline on the TNFD. I think in coming years that we will see more and more kind of traction in the industry that will provide kind of needs in the market, and importantly, the kind of pressures in the practitioners and how we can implement that in additional kind of regulations that will be in place in some of the geographies. So I'm sure that this morning that other speaker actually will have introduced nature-based on that thing. What I'd like to highlight here is that actually we are not talking about the biodiversity alone. Importantly, it's actually kind of co-benefits that take care the human kind of well-being and also the kind of development rights in many kind of emerging economy and has to be, be take care. So I mean that's 7 outcome that championed by this kind of IUCN are important. It's kind of balance between environmental needs and also social and economic development needs. I think more importantly that we should start from the beginning. Where can actually get there? That's the thing is kind of a challenge that we are now facing. We know because this rapid urbanization, so many kind of natural habitats have been destructed, and then how can revitalize and important restore that is actually important. So I think at the very top of this diagrams, that I think the kind of instrument or interventions from design, from the way how we can collaborate to scale up the effect, and importantly how can sustain that sort of activities that's kind of challenge for us. IUCN actually provide some example what nature-based means and how does it compare with other related topic concepts. So nature-based, I think in short, actually use nature infrastructure to help to create this kind of benefits. For example, that protect us from the extreme weathers of climate change, flooding, and other super typhoon kind of destructions. So I mean, nature-based, but it's actually it's used a natural way of doing things. Whereas there are some other, for some nature-derived solutions that they actually harness the natural resources, but they themselves not a kind of a natural means to help to get that end. Well, likewise, I think nature inspired solution that they use neither the natural kind of infrastructures or natural resources, nor they actually provide any kind of benefit by, for example, harnessing kind of renewable energies or creating kind of better kind of environmental performance in terms of air, water, and so on and so forth. So I think, but I think in the context of urban development, then we need 3 of them to be included in our overall kind of strategies. I think we know that we have this kind of emergency that needs to cater the issues, the pressure from climate change, and importantly that we have the kind of needs to enhance the biodiversity crisis. And I think in the context of urban environment, we also need to take care of the human health kind of crisis on the kind of urban, I would say the pressures, also as present as other in many kind of economy in our regions. So we need a combination of these 3 strategies, be it, from nature-based solution, which should be from the kind of overarching concept. But in some case, we do need the help from engineering design using nature-derived kind of solutions, in particular on handling the extreme kind of weather that help us to provide kind of extra kind of resilience. Definitely, the kind of engineering solutions as needed. But likewise, in the context of the very high-rise, high-density of Hong Kong, the nature-inspired design definitely will help a lot on engaging the publics and also engaging a different, I would say, a discipline, be it architects, be it a landscape designer, be it a contractor, and so on and so forth, to help us, work together to create this kind of, holistic kind of solutions. So quickly, that I'd give you some example of that earlier. Ms. Lau already provide you very details of the way how we address the issues of water. And that, I think indeed water it's very important. So in many of our design of the NDA, new development areas such as the Stone Tongue, we consider from the basic principle in order to harmonize the built environments and also the natural environments. So that's a history of natural habitats and importantly natural resource in this around the Dongzhong areas. And then we start with a very green terrain, of course, in the years year 1984. Then, of course, the airport's not there yet. So after the relocations of a new airport there, and it's changed a lot. The entire context changed. So I think our challenge is how we can revitalize and if not completely transform that into previous things as what we like to see. As I said, biodiversity is not the only things we have to address for this particular NDA. We know we need to develop. We know there's a lot of activities, be it for work, for living, and for other economic developments. We will incur this kind of air quality issues, noise, and water quality things. So we have to consider that in totally that's create kind of benefits overall in additional to ecological values. And preferably, if we can also provide the kind of revitalize our industry, say for example fishery, and not the food industry. That actually is kind of something that we like to see. So this is the current status quo that we know that still in upstream we still have a very natural kind of environments situations, but as it the river moving downwards, I mean more and more developed now in place, and in particular in area kind of design concept we adopt this channel kind of a design. It's not that natural, but it's necessary so that they serve many other purpose in order to protect our life and safety, of course. At the very downstream that we have this mud flats and also sun flats. That's hopefully actually if we can have the right approach, create some new kind of ecosystem that can attract again kind of our plant and also native species to move into that. So I think as other than the design service, I think engagement is also important, and that the nature-based kind of solutions concept. So we need to talk, and of course we need to engage green organization like Nature Conservancy, and also civic change can help to enable to align the various stakeholders to talk to arrive at something that we think is important. And in particular, in this project, we actually come up with some design. That I think design is very important. That I think we have to start from design that to harness kind of creativity from different practitioners. In particular, that our architects, landscape architects, engineers, that they have a lot of innovative solutions. But of course, we know that what's the end, right? Firstly we have to revitalize, restore kind of downstream natural habitats. But importantly, that we need to enhance, if not maintain along the upstream kind of current kind of situation. So I think, since I'm not expert in this areas, I think importantly that we need to work together to define and preferably to quantify, what exactly is natural kind of assets. That I think is important. That without it's kind of process quantifying, it's difficult to talk about the trade-off, and difficult to talk about to harmonize things when there's conflicts in place. So that's the design and this kind of concepts, and how we can encourage people. I mean, the well-being of people is so important into the use of the environments that we create. So well, the birds, the insects, and the plant along. Is also, I think, for me, it's more important for the people. Right? If there's no elements of people-centric kind of design in that, I don't think it will be sustainable by itself. So I think many of those concepts earlier, Ms. Lau mentioned about integrating the park into the overall green blue blue-green kind of infrastructure. I think it's very important and very innovative kind of steps that we should move in. And as I said, it's not only about the concept, it's also about the design. As you can imagine that a lot of engineering kind of principle or engineering kind of design has to be included in that, so that the system can be sustained. And in particular, you have to consider kind of long-term kind of operation maintenance in the next few years. So that's benefits on from nature perspective. And then quickly, in the interest of time, that I'll skip this detail. Of course, as I said, human being kind of well-being is also important on that. Another or others kind of urban nature natural revitalization kind of a scheme also introduced, including this urban forest networks, and also biosphere, and also Ringan also including that. So I will end at this slide and give you ideas at what's actually we're like to achieve in the coming years in this area. And globally, we are engaging our stakeholders and also our partners to work together to restore our natural habitat. But it's actually a complicated issues and complicated things, so we have to work together. So we did this card, a lot of this useful card to let people have ideas what exactly that means. When these cards are actually available in the public domains, and if you're interested, you can download it, and you can use it to talk to your clients, talk to your partners, and also importantly talk to the young that they need to know more about nature on that. So you can download it. I think at the end we have that the code, the QR code. So it's not there. Okay, if you're interested, I'll send you the kind of QR code. Finally, allow me 1 minute of promotion of our upcoming kind of events. We also partner with Civic Exchange this year on this COP28 that we have gathered practitioners and importantly kind of leaders in the industry to talk about wider kind of issues beyond nature-based, and including other pressing topics that we can work together on that. So it's happening in the 6th of November in the Zero Carbon Park. So if you're interested, you have the time, please join the events. And then the QR code is there that if you're interested, please register yourself. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. So I don't believe that Vincent will be here this afternoon, but if you have any questions, both for our government colleagues, but also Arup, please do use the Easy Retro. There will be a report coming out of this forum, and we'll follow up on the questions that can't be directly addressed today, but we will address them. So please continue with your questions, keep them coming. Our next speaker, it is my great pleasure to introduce, although probably doesn't need many introductions, Dr. Billy Howe, my professor, who is a terrestrial ecologist and conservationist renowned in Hong Kong, and the program director for the MSc of Environmental Management at the University of Hong Kong. His research focus is ecological restoration, with a particular interest on terrestrial habitats in East Asia. He founded the Native Tree Nursery at the Kadoorie Farm, which promotes the use of native plant species in reforestation work. He's also one of the founders of the China program of Kadoorie Farm, which aims at halting biodiversity loss across South China. He serves in government committees on the ecology and conservation part, and is currently a member of the town planning board. His presentation is on the potential for forest restoration as a nature-based solution in the northern metropolis. Professor.
Thank you, Maureen. Do I still have 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Timekeeping.
Thank you.
Doing well.
I'm presenting this together with Michael Lau, who is here, and Professor Casey Chow and Gunther Fischer. But Gunther has left Hong Kong already. We started this almost 2 years ago. We start to push government to reforest the whole of Hong Kong, and then it didn't work. So when government launched the Northern Metropolis, we think it may be a good opportunity to capture on that. So we focus a little bit just to look at the Northern Metropolis. In fact, what we want to do is to reforest the whole of Hong Kong. Many of the information in the PowerPoint is supported by a project funded by HSBC and together with Conservation Association and the school. So we're running these carbon projects. So this is not new to you. We've been talking about the Northern Metropolis, covering Yuen Long and Sheung Shui, the North District, with an area of more than 30,000 hectares. The area comprises 3 existing new towns, the creamy ones, and then various proposed and planted new development areas. If you notice, government used a new term for new town, which is NDA. I don't know why, but anyway, they're new towns. One of the key directions is to implement proactive conservation to create or increase environmental capacity. And you can see here in the policy document, they're proposing 4 new wetland conservation park and 1 terrestrial park in Sa Lang area, as you can see in the blue arrow. Obviously, you can see the focus is on wetland in the area. What is being ignored is the extensive hillside resources in the Northern Metropolis. If you've been hiking in that area, you know there are quite a lot of hills, and the hills are barren. You can see very little trees on the hillside. And another key directions of the Northern Metropolis is to build sponge city, which engineer now just mentioned. And another aim is to achieve carbon neutrality. So talking about sponge city, what is missing from this drawing, which is captured from the policy document? What is missing here in that drawing? There were no trees, right? There were no tree on the hill. So indeed, if you look at the hillside, there were no trees. The reason is because there were frequent hill fires. The one thing you should note throughout this talk is Hong Kong has no natural hill fire. All fires were started by human. And therefore, the ecosystem in Hong Kong is fire vulnerable. The ecosystem is not fire adapted. The difference being that if we degrade the habitat, okay, fire will come, will burn everything, grassland and shrubland. If we have closed canopy forests, fire cannot burn because we're in the tropics. Forests are very wet. So how are we going to deal with this? So to make this sponge city concept more complete, we need to put trees back on these hillsides, right? Today, I'm more of a salesman trying to convince people to buy in my idea, okay? So where can we sort of plant these hills? So we have identified several major areas. You can see they're in between the existing and proposed or planted new towns in the Northern Metropolis. And with the help of my student, I actually did a GIS analysis. One thing you may not know is many of these hillsides are actually not put into the new town development. They are shown as conservation area, green belt, or other more non-developed land use zoning. The reason being they're on the hillside, they cannot be built, and therefore they're ignored from the new town planning. So I did a bit of analysis capturing on this new paper published last year, which is a vegetation map, a GIS-based vegetation map. So I used that map to analyze the vegetation cover. So you can see the majority of these hillside, this one is quite big, 400 hectares, mainly grassland and shrublands. Now, in Hong Kong, the prime habitat on hillside should be forest, and forest is the best for biodiversity and all the other ecosystem functions. So if we can restore this huge area, we are generating quite a lot of benefits. Another area is the Gai Gong Lang. So it was very hot in COVID because the hill has no trees. Traditionally, people didn't go there for hiking. But because of COVID, people want new area, so many people go to the Gaigonglang. Again, heavily covered in grassland and shrubland, very degraded, enormous opportunity, 600 hectare. This is just the southern side of the slope, okay? Another one, behind the Lama Chao Loop area and the Gudong North development, also covered in greenbelt. Again, mainly covered in grassland and shrubland. In the interest of time, I did not go through all 7 sites, but you can see the figures here. We are talking about almost 2,000 hectares of hillside habitat that are covered in degraded vegetation, mainly shrubland and grassland. So you can see enormous potential here. So why we need to do that? Why should we do this? Of course, we've been talking about these. Kitty saved me a lot of time talking about these, so I don't need to explain it. So it's a nature-based solution that we can naturally integrate into the northern metropolis development. And if you look at the 7 societal challenges in the MBS documents, forest reforestation can actually address all 7. I mean, in the context of Hong Kong, food production may be weaker. Okay, we do not depend on forests in our food production, but for all the other aspects, like carbon sequestration, the cooling effect, risk reductions, how to reduce landslides, how to control hill fire, these are all quite well addressed by this reforestation work. So I did a bit of calculation. You don't need to look at all these numbers, just look at this one. Okay, I will not explain how I calculate it, but I want to show is if we reforest this area, 2,000 hectares, we can actually get an additional gain of 340,000 tons of carbon. So how much is this carbon? Assuming we achieve this by 2035, this amount of carbon is equivalent to that many people, okay, which is 2 times the population of the Fanning North NDA. So it's not insignificant. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's not insignificant, right? Another reason why I propose this is because I've been sitting on the town planning board in the last 7 years. Every time when government rezone a green belt into public housing or private housing, they cut a lot of trees. So I did an analysis with the students. So in these 5 years, we need to cut, these are approved projects, these are not applications, these are approved ones. We need to cut 60,000 trees altogether. You know the current compensation plan, which is if you cut 1 tree, they plant 1 seedling. So if you cut a 40 centimeter tree, they will plant a 5 centimeter seedling. And the compensation ratio is 1:1 in numbers. I've been attacking this all the time, saying that government should not allow this to happen. And the excuses is the sites are so small, the development sites. So it is not possible to do on-site tree compensation. So I've been saying, why don't you set aside some sites so that all these developer or government departments can compensate the trees they cut off-site? By the way, Hong Kong is so small. If you plant a tree in the country park, the benefits is the same as a tree you plant in urban areas. More or less similar, I mean, in other aspects. I would suggest if we have these sites in the northern metropolis, it could be receiving sites for all these development they're planning to compensate the real number of trees they need to plant, to offer a way out in the planning process. And there are enormous interest globally and locally in investing in tree planting. If we have these major tree planting sites in Hong Kong, corporates can eager to fulfill their E in their ESG. You know, I'm sure you all know about ESG. So if you invest in reforestation, you can actually get a big tick in your E, in your ESG reports. And I actually personally, I'm involved in green groups. They actually constantly receive requests from corporate to plant trees. But currently, there were no place they can plant. Another one is the strategy. The strategy stress very much on sort of collaborating with the Greater Bay Area, merging with other cities. These are the forest park in Shenzhen City. Forest park is positioned somewhere between an urban park and a country park, okay? And if we developed this area into reforested hillsides. In 10 years, we can designate them as forest park for the northern metropolis, which could integrate with all these forest park in the neighbor city in Shenzhen. So I put this up just to try to attract some senior government officials so that, if they can sort of put a flag, these will be my forest park in my policy agenda. So how can we do it? Very simple. This hillside in Hong Kong, the major thing we need to is to plant fire break. Once we plant a fire break, which is this tree, and cut all the vegetation here, fire stuff from the outside will not go inside. So this is a matured one, where this hillside is behind is protected by these mature tree belts, and fire stuck in the grave area will not burn in. So what we need to do is first of all contain hill fire, and then we can use various methods: planting seedlings, planting islands, planting small seedlings. In strategic site, we can even use more expensive methods by providing tree guard to ensure survival. So we actually have a lot of knowledge in selecting species and in planting the hillside. This is an example in Kinduri Farm which I was involved. That was planted in 2000 and 2002. You can see the scenario. And in 10 years, we can actually get a 12-meter canopy. This is an upland site, 500 meter in Taimoshan. This is another site. You can see the yellow arrow is the Gunyamshan in Kinduri Farm. You can see the barren hillside before we plant in the year 2000. It was actually a secondary school planting project. So it's not by any skilled worker, it's by kids. And you can see in 2011, we get a 10-meter canopy. You notice this is actually a ridge, rather exposed to wind and sun. And the result was very favorable. So again, even in the upland side, I achieved a 10-meter canopy in 10 years. This is another site in Namsan in Lantau. So we plant quite a lot of native trees, but at the time, AFCD wasn't sure, so they forced us to plant 40,000 seedlings of exotic ones. I tried to manage to plant the native in one patch and push all the exotics on the other side of the slope. So this is the native patch, planted in 1999, and these were 2011, a canopy of 12 meter in 10 years. So this is another site in Dagulang within the northern metropolis, a lowland site almost at zero level, a small site only 3/4 of a hectare. We planted in 2001 using native species, and this is 2002. Trees grow very fast in this site because it's in the lowland. Conditions is a lot better. And in 10 years, we can get a 50-meter canopy. Okay, all native tree species. So we know how to do it, but what we're lacking is we need to make it happen. So I've been pushing this many times. I've talked to development bureaus on these twice already. I talked to Environment Bureau once, and I had these in a WF conference last year, and this is the second time. And I will talk to the Hong Kong IA in November, the week after. So we've been pushing very hard, trying to get people to support this. So how to do it? So this is Kinduri Farm. This is before reforestation. This is in the process of reforestation. They can put forest back in 10 years, like what I did in my other project. So the entire Kinduri Farm is on short-term tenancy. So I proposed to the government, a cheap way to do this is, why don't you take some of these hillside and grant it to an NGO as in short-term tenancy. NGO can take money from corporate in planting. They can organize community planting, involving the public as volunteers. They can also take tree planting compensation from developers. So this is actually a cheap way. Government just simply grant an STT. A green group can organize it. Or government can work out something like a management agreement scheme, like in the ECF. Give NGO a startup fund and they can try and achieve the goals by planting, or government by plant by themselves. Now this is the least preferred by me because I don't trust contractor myself. Okay, NGO will do a much better job than contractor. So these are options. Of course, this is less good from the MBS perspective because one key element in MBS is community-based. So if we get NGO to do it, they can engage community, both in planting tree and in fire prevention as well. So this could actually make a much bigger sense as a nature-based solution than this, okay? So to conclude, we have enormous opportunity. Look at these hillside in Gaigonglang, they were burnt every year. And we just let it burn every year, right? It should stop. If we reforest the hillside, fire started from the grave area will not burn out, okay? So after hearing from me, how many of you think Hong Kong should reforest all this hillside? Can I have your hands up? You're so nice because you're not sitting as a government officials. I hope, Engineer Lau, no offense. Now, your talk focused pretty much on the tail of the flood relief. Would DSD consider, now this hillside does not belong country park, it's government land, no one managing it, in the northern metropolis. Would DSD actually grab it and say, okay, I will reforest this hillside to complete the sponge city concept? Is that possible? I can help. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Billy. Luckily, Billy will be with us in the panel discussion later on, so you can ask lots of questions and we can try to figure out why you still haven't managed to get this solution implemented after all of these years and a lot of trying. Hang on, I'm going to move this 2 seconds. Our last speaker for the morning session is Dr. Patrick Young. Patrick is the Senior Program Director of the Conservation Program of Mangrove Conservation Foundation based in Shenzhen, MCF. He has contributed to the setup of the International Wetland Center in Shenzhen as well. And prior to joining MCF, Patrick is actually from Hong Kong and worked 9 years at WWF Hong Kong and China. And he will present examples of nature-based solutions implementation in Futian, Shenzhen. Thank you, Patrick.
Thanks, Marine, and thanks to the organizer for inviting me to speak here, especially like right before lunch. I think, your eyes look hungry, so I will not extend too much. So today's whole series of talks about NBS. So I will talk about what we have done in Shenzhen, especially like the key topic or one interesting topic is about the northern metropolis. So actually, Shenzhen is a metropolis to the north of Hong Kong. I think this can be something that you are interested in, like knowing more about what we are doing, and maybe avoid doing something like that in Hong Kong. But of course, like there are good case studies that you can learn from. So this is a picture which may look not too typical to you about Shenzhen. Of course, like maybe decades ago, 40, 50 years ago, Shenzhen would be like Yunlong or somewhere else in Hong Kong. But actually now, Shenzhen has developed very well. And you can see that like all the skyscrapers is along the shorelines. But interestingly, we also conserve a large piece of wetlands and also the mangrove in front. And there are also interesting stories to tell. Indeed, the mangrove wetlands, they actually face a huge risk in the 1990s, because at that time, of course, like Shenzhen has been developing very rapidly. And then the government has decided to build a highway across the mangrove. But at that time, because of the resistance from some of the like protected area staff and also some of the other experts, finally the government decided to move the highway back a few hundred meters, so that now we can still see this piece of mangrove. And then I would talk more about this in the coming 10 minutes. So just talking about some importance about this piece of wetlands. Indeed, if you look at this picture, I mean this map, you can see that the mangrove on the Shenzhen side is actually right opposites to the mangrove marshes. And of course, like everyone knows the importance of the mangrove in Maipo, and it is the Ramsar sites. But actually, recently the Fujian mangrove wetland has also been designated as the Ramsar sites. So now the two sites of the mangrove wetlands in Shenzhen Bay has become a sister wetlands. So the FCAD and also the relevant authority in Shenzhen, they have signed agreements to collaborate together. And for this important wetlands, actually is in the middle of the East Asian Australasian flyway, which is one of the 9 flyways across the world, and it is also one of the most endangered one in the whole world, because there are a lot of developing countries and then a lot of risks associated with that. And so this spot in the middle of the EAAF is of particular importance. And every year, over 100,000 migratory birds would stop or winter in this important wetland areas. And then we can take a look at the developments of the Pearl River Delta. So the area that I was talking about is here in the Shenzhen Bay, or Haohaiwan in Hong Kong terms. And then the Pearl River mouth is to the north of here. And then we can see from 1984, oops, it's not working. I try to make it work. Okay, it's moving. Yeah, you can see that in the past, it has been pretty green in this whole area. But now you can see that it's like almost gray in color. But if we focus on this area that we are interested in, you can also see that the changes, like for example, the highway and also the green parts is diminishing. But it diminished, but it also grew back. So what happened is that because of the integration of the many different stakeholders, including the Ramsar sites with a large piece of mangrove wetland nature reserve, which is actually the smallest one in China. I mean, the smallest national level nature reserve in China, but it's of course like comparing to Shenzhen, which is a very important metropolis in China, it is a signature. And now, if you have heard of the International Mangrove Center under the Ramsar Convention, it will be also situated in Shenzhen. So it states the importance of this. And next to this national reserve, nature reserve, it lies the Fujian Nature Ecological Park, which is the first one that's the government commission to an NGO to manage in China. So we also leverage this opportunity to like try a lot of like social participation methods, and of course including the nature-based solution. But as I said before, this part of the land previously it was destroyed. So you can see that previously there were golf courses or some of the other great structures. But then in the year 2015, it has been restored back into partly natural, which what we call the eco park. And so in here, we conducted a lot of different trials of NBS to solve the problem, not just about nature conservation, but also solving the problems of about the metropolis. So regarding river reconstruction, redesigning the fish ponds, pest controls, etc. I will talk about them one by one. But actually, this one, the nature-based solution implementation has been awarded as one of the top 10 typical NBS case studies in China back in 2021. So we can see what we have done. So And along the mangrove wetlands, there has been some of the different river channels outflowing to the Bay Area, and then this one is called the Fengtang He, Fengtang River. Before it was reconstructed, it is like channelized river with all the concrete structures, but we did a lot of, like, for example, the re-sloping and also adding the soil to make it natural, and also designed it by selecting the different types of local species which are suitable for the gradients of salinity to grow along this channel. So after all, like there a lot of the migratory birds also come back. And then we also redesigned some of the fish ponds for the bird use. In the past, along the mangrove wetlands, there has been a lot of transformation of the mangroves into fish ponds. So although they look natural, I mean, the fish pond would look natural to people or to the birds, but actually the depth of the fish pond is the key to the selection of the birds. Like if it's too deep, maybe 2 or 3 meters, a lot of the shorebirds would not come, especially like when there is the high tide, the shorebirds would not have area to land and feed. But if the fish ponds are too deep, they still will not come. So we redesigned them by breaking some of the barriers, and also made it shallower, and also created some of the artificial islands. I mean, of course, like in the natural way, so that the different types of shorebirds, they would select the right places to stay and feed, etc. And also we did some pest control, and also manage the invasive species. For example, for the mangroves, they also have natural pests which feed on the leaves or damage the health, etc. Of course, they would have their predators, but some of the times, if the habitats are fragmented, then the mangrove part will be isolated from the predators. So we also make some design to develop the transition zone by planting some of the herbaceous plants, so that we can help create some channels for the predators of the pests to come. And of course, like we also did the other invasive species control, some of the different plants which are invasives and also damaging the wetlands. We also asked our volunteers to clear them out. And then yeah, also we try to restore the mangrove wetlands. One problem with the mangroves before, although they were still maintained without the harm of the highway after all, but actually the government of Shenzhen, and also a lot of different cities or provinces in China, they try to introduce some of the other mangrove species from outside. For example, the socio-economic, which is from Bangladesh. And a lot of the Chinese coastlines, the governments or the authorities, they choose to plant this to stop soil erosion, or in some cases, they try to use that to create lands so that they can have more lands to develop. So it's also the same for Shenzhen. So although we see that, okay, the mangrove wetland is very green, but it doesn't correctly reflect the health of this mangrove. And of course, like our friends from Hong Kong, like the AFCD, WF, or even TNC, you also suffer from this kind of invasive species. Yeah, you didn't plant them, but yeah, they flow from Shenzhen to Hong Kong. Okay, but we still did something good. I mean, for example, MCF, and also collaborated with the government authorities. We tried to pilot the clearance of the socio-economic in Shenzhen Bay, which is one of the first trials in the whole China, because I mean, the mangrove conservation has transitioned from between two extremes. In the past, okay, no one really cared too much about them. They are just seen as like some weeds in the coastline which stop their development. So now they see the importance of mangrove, and then they overreact to also try to protect these invasive species. So if you talk to some other provinces or cities about, okay, so these trees are bad, we need to cut them, many of those authorities would not agree, or yeah, they would protect what they have done before. Yeah, may not admit that they did something wrong or introduced an invasive species. But anyway, so in 2018, we tried to clear 5,000 meters square of the Sonoratia, and also restored it by growing back some of the local species, and it has been some success. But of course, like, we still need to do some continuous monitoring and clearance of the Sonoratia or other mangrove species. But yeah, so far it's quite good. And then we also, so far we have cleared already 15 hectares of the Sonoratia. So I think we can, of course, like, exchange more with the Hong Kong counterparts to see what we can do together to clear them all away from the whole Shenzhen Bay or Haohaiwan. And we also did a lot of like education work. We collaborated with the Education Bureau to request all the students in Shenzhen to visit one of the education centers, and so they can learn about the mangrove ecosystems, and also learn about the actions that they can take in order to support the conservation. And it is of particular importance to Shenzhen because mangrove trees, they are actually recognized as the city's tree in Shenzhen. Yeah, Xixu. Yeah, so it's important to cultivate the culture of having mangrove in the city. And of course, like, we collaborate because of the close proximity between Futian and Maipo, so we also collaborated a lot with WWF and also many other experts in order to jointly protect this area. And then we also bring back a lot of the different species. For example, for the Eurasian sea otter, since the year 2010, it has disappeared in the whole Shenzhen. But in 2020, they came back. Potentially, it's because of our good work. And also, migratory birds are returning. We just look at the trend. It kept growing. And then it's the final slide that I would like to share, because ultimately, what we care about here is about climate mitigation or the adaptation. So for the Shenzhen Futian Eco Park, we also did a GEP study. So it's conducted by Dr. Han Baolong, who is missing this morning. But anyway, I helped him deliver his spirit. So there are a lot of different ecosystem services being accounted for in this study. But particularly, we can see that they are acting as a carbon sink to absorb carbon. And also for water conservation, we also had some ponds to retain the water. And of course, like echoing what we talk about the sponge city is also part of the structure. And of course, like to regulate the rainstorm runoff, and also climate regulation for the city to alleviate the heat island effect, etc. Yeah, you don't need to read all the numbers, but we realize that, okay, they are of key importance. And of course, there are more ecosystem services which are not accounted for here. So time is running out, so I would just stop here, but I'm happy to exchange more with you during lunch or in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. So this ends our morning session. Before you all escape, either permanently or to lunch, we'd like to take a group photo, so you don't need to move. Our photographer, I guess, will stand here.
Yeah, and we'll also have like a video. We'll say a slogan. Yeah.
Oh, are we? Okay.
Yeah. slogan.
No slogan. We are doing a slogan.
Read that out. Thank you.
Okay, we just take a nature-based solution, yeah? Okay. So, how many video? Okay, so we just take a photo.
Don't look so sleepy.
Thumbs up, yeah? Okay, so let's say nature-based solutions, okay? Right. Like, ready? 3, 2, 1. Nature-based solutions. Oh, one more time, please. Okay, again. Yo, ask. 3, 2.
Well, in an hour, about an hour. 1:40
So
for our panel discussion. And it will be, again, a very interactive session, asking questions from the audience with a lot of our panelists. We'll also have a few more speakers before, so please come back after 1 hour. Directions to the lunch venue for those of you who are staying are outside, and we also have team members that can help you not get lost.
So the direction is at the table here. You can find. It's only 4 minutes walk. So I will. Yeah. So you can Right, we're about to start.
You
So
don't
please
take your seats.
a
I'll
seat.
do that again.
Yeah, please try to sit on my left-hand side. Yeah, make sure there's no gaps. We got a lot of people joining us.
Again, this is a reminder. If you haven't joined the Easy Retro group, please do so. And for our newcomers this afternoon, this will allow you to add any questions you have for our panelists. All right. Sorry, we're starting a little bit behind schedule on this afternoon session. All right. Oh, there is a PowerPoint.
That's the long version.
Did you put it inside?
Yes.
Oh, dear, sorry.
That one is.
Yeah, that's why I don't get it in the last minute. Okay.
All right. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a nice lunch, and welcome to those who are just joining. We are still in our second session of the day, which we will finish off with some speed talks. And this is just shorter talks to be able to share some of the ongoing science and research that's happening in Hong Kong and relevant to nature-based solutions for climate. Our first speaker is Professor J.D. Gaitan Espitia. JD is a marine biologist and molecular ecologist with broad expertise in marine conservation. Comes to us from the University of Hong Kong. He's been working on different approaches to understand and mitigate the loss of marine biodiversity and develop adaptation strategies in the face of climate change. JD is also the Hong Kong representative at the Indo-Pacific Seagrass Network. Welcome, thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. So stretch, because I'm quite sleepy after that delicious lunch. Thank you, and thank you for organizing this event. It was a good opportunity to start interacting with others interested in nature-based solutions. And I'm going to tell you the story that we have for seagrasses, especially during the last 3 years. So most of these things are just part of a process, and we are going to show just like preliminary results. But before I start talking about seagrasses, I want to go back to the reason that gathered us here today. And it's basically that we know that our planet is going through a transition, and we are the drivers of this transition. And the problem of that is that we're seeing some negative effects of this transition, especially in terms of the decline, the reduction of biodiversity. This is just a trend within the last 50 years with major changes in the species diversity in marine, terrestrial, and freshwater ecosystems. And we can see that these trends are global. We see, for instance, in South America, where I'm coming from, a massive reduction of biodiversity, but it's also in places like Asia. But what is the driver of this change? There are multiple drivers. Some of these are direct, like humans acting like exploitation, obviously, but the other drivers are indirect, like the habitat loss, invasive species, pollution, climate change. And this talk is going to focus on habitat loss, but especially in climate change. And the reason is simple. When we look at the trends in the species diversity loss, it's well correlated with changes in the global temperature, and especially with changes in CO2, that is the main driver of this climate change, the global warming. So we know that CO2 is kind of like behind all of these negative impacts that we are seeing during the Anthropocene. So then the question is what the different governments are doing in terms of like addressing this problem. And some of the talks in the morning mentioned about this. You can see, for instance, like a national plans about carbon mitigation and especially carbon reduction, the reduction of emissions. You can see in the national, in Canada, in the UK, Australia, and even in Hong Kong, we have some of these plans. Reduce the emission of CO2. And the focus of these plans are mostly in terms of technology. How can we improve technology that reduces emissions? But it's less in terms of capturing the CO2 that we have in the atmosphere. So where are we missing? How can we improve these plans? We can just go back and see what we are discussing today. Is this the nature as a solution? We can enhance or we can modify, we can intervene nature to do climate mitigation or to do climate adaptation and to solve some of the problems that we have, biodiversity, water quality, and everything associated to human well-being. And that's what I'm going to focus today. So why are we interested in terms of the seagrasses, the management, and their conservation? So basically, because there is a concept that integrates all of this, and it's ecosystem services. And the seagrasses are really important in terms of those services. They provide habitat for many animals. They can also stabilize the sediments of the coastal regions, so we can think beyond just CO2 and carbon. They provide food, yes. They can also support biodiversity. They also act as a nursery. So all the baby organisms that we have in coral reefs, in mangroves, they also use seagrasses as a nursery. They can also help with the water quality. They can filter all of these pathogens in the water. And they can also help in the nutrient cycling, like nitrogen pollution. And also they can help to prevent some of these impacts of typhoons, tsunamis, and all of these aspects that are associated to more ecosystem risk. But something that is really important in terms of the services is that they are connected to education, to the cultural heritage, and things like that. And just remember, if you go a weekend to Lantau, you will see these families gathering around the seagrasses and doing the clam digging as part of the cultural practices and things like that. So it's really important in terms of that. But today we're focusing in terms of the carbon. And seagrasses are important for carbon sequestration because they take the CO2 from the atmosphere, from the water, through photosynthesis. They put that carbon into their tissue, but what is really important is, let's think about that they sweat, yeah? They sweat that carbon into the sediment, and that carbon is stored in the sediment for thousands of years. And that's the value of the seagrasses, because they can be really like good banks or yes, agents of long-term storage of carbon. And that's why seagrasses are considered blue carbon ecosystems, and especially in terms of climate change adaptation and mitigation, removing that carbon from the atmosphere. But the problem is that seagrasses are declining globally. This is just a figure of different populations and species of seagrasses, and you can see during the last, 20 years, like a massive declines of seagrasses everywhere. And these are just pictures between 10 years in different sites, like local extirpation of many seagrasses. And the model projections by the end of the century are telling us that if we keep with the conditions of impacts on these ecosystems, they are going to be kind of like extinct in many places. And most of the extinction is usually associated to habitat change, fishery, pollution, and so on. So what's happening in Hong Kong? In Hong Kong, we have 5 species of seagrasses, including one that is in the IUCN as vulnerable. And these seagrasses are distributed all across of Hong Kong. The differences could be associated to salinity tolerance. But this is some of the data that we have during the last 2 years. And we can see some important declines of the seagrasses in some sites, like in Lantau, for instance. But what is really a concern is this decline is not showing any recovery. So we are seeing local extirpation of seagrasses in Hong Kong. And what is really a concern also is that some of the other sites and species are showing similar trends of decline, really massive and rapid declines of seagrasses in Hong Kong. So we are kind of like documenting just 60% of declines of the seagrasses during the last 3 years, which is a big decline. And we're trying to understand the drivers of that decline. And one of those is land reclamation, obviously. You can see some of the land reclamation activities that have been done in Hong Kong are just overlapping with the key sites of the seagrasses locally. And just kind of like the perfect picture of how the coastline of Hong Kong has changed is just like a natural laboratory to study anthropogenic pressures on seagrasses. And this is also a work that Felix published, for instance, and is showing how the mudflats where the seagrasses live is declining, But at the same time, the mangroves, on the other hand, have a strong history of recovery, and reforestation, for instance, is just improving. But what is the cause of having this decline in the mudflats? And this paper came probably yesterday, I think, or last week, and it's showing, for instance, that with the reduction of the mudflats, you also have a reduction of biodiversity, like the dashed line, and you have a reduction of the birds, the birds that use this associated biodiversity. So it's not just the seagrass that is declining, but the function of the seagrass for other kind of services. So this is the trend now. We're trying to identify other drivers. This one is in terms of pollution. We're having all of the nitrogen load that is affecting especially the seagrasses in the western side. We have drivers associated to something that was mentioned this morning, like invasive species, Spartina, that is a salt marsh that has this kind of like a chemical competition. You have seagrasses before Spartina. Now the yellow part is Spartina that is just displacing and killing the seagrasses by chemical fight. So the question is then, how this rapid decline is affecting biodiversity and ecosystem services like the carbon, and whether restoration can help to enhance these services. So we are doing a lot of interventions in Hong Kong, and also supporting our work with people from mainland that is also doing seagrass restoration. We have conducted some of the pilot trials, especially in Lantau. This is a site with no seagrass, and we can see that after almost 3 months, the seagrass are growing. You need to trust me. It's hard to see, but believe, yeah. Seagrass are growing and are healthy and are showing recovery. And we're also doing like in nurseries to keep seagrass, like a continuous stock of seagrass, indoor, outdoor, at swims. And what are the findings? So the first and most important finding so far is that biodiversity is a function of seagrass health. So through restoration, we can improve the biodiversity and not just the health. And you can see, for instance, these cases here, how in sites where we have done some restoration, there is a nice recovery of biodiversity. No. Okay, I think it's so, and we're documenting even species that have not been documented before, like this octopus living in the seagrass and using the seagrass as a nursery and a feeding ground. And all of these different animals that depend on the presence of the seagrass. Yes, so recovery, healthy seagrass are important for biodiversity. But not just for macroorganisms. We can also see a recovery of the bacteria, the microorganisms that live there. Yeah, 1 minute, no. And we can see a transition. So we are recovering bacteria that is beneficial, not just for the seagrass, but for the environment, that can help to reduce heavy metals and so on, as you can see this beautiful transition. How about carbon? And what we are doing is basically with the team, we go to the field, we collect this 1 meter sediment core. I'm going to show the results just for the first 15 centimeters that is there. We look at how much carbon is there, how long that carbon has been there, and where is this carbon coming from. So this is just a summary. These are the carbon stocks of sites with no restoration. You can see around 20 tons of carbon per hectare. And this is what you can get once the seagrass is restored. So it's an improvement in the capacity of the seagrass to keep carbon in that sediment. When we compare this carbon with other sites, we can see that our restoration gives even higher concentration of carbon stocks compared to other sites in Southeast Asia. But even when in sites that have been heavily affected by human activities like aquaculture, these are in Hainan Island, you can see like our carbon stocks are way higher than those in these areas. But when we compare to other sites in China, we see that the carbon stocks are a little bit lower than those in other parts of China. And that is associated to the type of the species. So these higher stocks are because of these large seagrasses. So it's a good idea or suggestion about selecting specific seagrasses that can provide higher carbon sequestration in the long term. So now, just to end this part of the talk, is basically when we transform this to CO2, you can see around 150 tons of CO2 that are stuck in the sediment of restored seagrasses in just 1 hectare. So if we increase the coverage of the seagrasses, we can maximize, and I'm talking only of the first 15 centimeters of seagrass, of the sediment. So if we look deeper, we will have even more carbon there. Now what we are trying to assess is how fast these seagrasses are able to store that carbon. And that's well aligned to what we want to connect the nature-based solutions to the national or the local policy, but also trying to connect this to contribute even with a small amount of that carbon that is aimed by the government to reduce in the long term. So I think that the final message is yes, restoration can help us to improve ecosystem services, not just the biodiversity, but also other things like carbon sequestration and mitigate and adapt to climate change. So with that, I think that I made it in time. I just want to thank all the team and the organizations that are supporting this project. So, yeah, thank you.
Thanks, JD.
It was a quick talk. Yeah. Yes.
You did well. It definitely was a speed talk. All right. Our next speaker is actually our very own Dr. Felix Leung, who will speak about the potential of oyster reef restoration, because we did not want to miss up an opportunity to drill once again the benefits of oyster reefs in you. We're a little bit like the Billy Howe of oyster reef restoration. We've been talking about it for a long, long time, and yet difficult to get some leverage and scalability. So let me introduce you. Dr. Felix Leung is the Climate Change Fellow for the Nature Conservancy Hong Kong. He is responsible for assessing nature-based solutions for climate mitigation potential in Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area, developing strategic partnerships with academic partners and industries to achieve our conservation goals. Felix has over 10 years of research and apparently publishing papers without even telling us, and specializing in climate change science, agriculture, marine ecology, and environmental management. Thank you, Felix.
Yeah, so it would be a speed talk. So yeah, we all know that Hong Kong is a coastal city, but not just Hong Kong. 30% of the global populations lives along the coastline. And with sea level rise, typhoon, storm surges, it is causing a lot of damage if we don't have a good coastal resilience. So there's an estimate by 2050, the flooding and storm surges will cost more than $1 trillion US. So that's a global value loss per year. So you can see there's two images, yeah, on the right, with like oyster reef, seagrass and mangroves. It could protect the coastline. Well, I would not repeat what people have already said, but for nature-based solutions such as oyster reef, it could adapt along the climate, the shoreline, so it could protect us even the sea level rise. And TNC has been working globally, and so it is an international organization, and we have different kind of NBS work. So in US, there's oyster reef restorations, and also in Australia as well. So I will briefly introduce them. So in Alabama, there's a place called a Mobile Bay, and it is in the Gulf of Mexico. And during 2010, there was a Deepwater Horizon oil spill, and it actually kills a lot of the natural oyster reef. So therefore, TNC partner with other organizations. We are planning to restore the oyster reefs. So we have tried out different configurations, and we have restored 100 miles of oyster reef along the Mobile Bay coastline. And so there's some modeling suggests that this could reduce the coastal erosion rate around 0.5 meter per year, so 0.35 meter per year. So that's quite astonishing. And in Australia, so this is located in Melbourne, Port Phillip. It's a place called Dandy Street Beach. And so this beach is a very famous tourist attraction place because they have this Victorian heritage bathing box. And the site is subject to coastal erosions, so the beach is getting narrower each year. Therefore, TNC also partners with different NGOs and also the University of Melbourne to try to find out solutions to reduce the erosions. So they have proposed to place some oyster shells and oyster reef and some substrates to help the oyster to grow along the coastline, yeah, to reduce the erosion. So this is still ongoing work. And here in Hong Kong, TNC, we have partnered with the Polytechnic University to try to find out how the wave attenuation energy could be reduced by oyster reef with different configurations. So, so for example, what is the difference between like an abandoned oyster farm and a restored oyster reef? So we have partnered with Professor Stockino from the Civil Engineering Department, and we will do some numerical modeling. And also TNC Global is working on a coastal resilience mapping tools. So if you're interested, you can go to this website and test out the mapping tools. So it is using remote sensing and some climate change modeling. And this mapping tool actually won an award, the ESRI winner award for the best resilience application. So I will just briefly showcase what TNC has achieved. And yeah, to learn more, you could go to this website. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Very speedy talk. Okay, we're gaining back on our delay. Thanks, Felix. Our last speed talk is from Dr. Carmen Orr from WWF. Carmen is the manager of wetland research for WWF Hong Kong, based in Mai Po Nature Reserve. She oversees the monitoring and research in the reserve. She is also responsible for managing wetland research projects in Hong Kong and the Greater Bay Area, supporting and mainstreaming nature-based solutions locally and regionally. And I believe the speed talk is about mangroves and the about mangroves.
Testing, testing. Seems okay.
I don't know. Yes, it's working. Sorry, Carmen.
It's okay.
Sorry, everyone.
So in my very short presentation, I would like to give an overview of our latest work related to MBS in Mai Po and Greater Bay Area, and it's all related to wetland conservation. So first of all, wetland is a very important and unique habitat in the Greater Bay Area. And if we look back to the IUCN MBS guideline, it has been mentioned this morning as well, that it highlights that MBS should be addressing societal challenge. And wetland conservation, it easily fit into this criteria because it tackles multiple societal challenge. And just to illustrate, here are some of the examples that how wetland conservation could tackle all these challenges. Like it's a very effective carbon sink and reducing flood and storm surge effect, and also support a lot of other ecosystem services. So for WWF, we, in recognition of the importance of wetland conservation, we work to conserve all these important habitats in Greater Bay Area, as it offers a very good nature-based solution to build climate resilience in this area. So we seek to raise awareness on this issue, and hopefully we could showcase and have some examples on how MBS should be done in the region. But then if we look closer to the wetlands in Hong Kong particularly, we have done some climate change model in the past that shows us there will be expected loss of mudflats and mangrove forests in the area because of sea level rise, and some of the gateways will be submerged. So, but other than climate change, we are actually facing a lot of other challenges in this wetland, such as there's a trend of abandoning of the fish pond operation because it's hard to compete with other imports of fish from China, and also without active management, actually the ponds will be converted to marshland or even dryland, so it's no longer wetland. And other than that, it also suffered from illegal dumping and also habitat loss due to development, etc.
So in view of that, our work in Hong Kong is to ensure that the fish pond and gateway and the Deep Bay area is still managed, and hopefully it could still remain as a wetland in the future. And one of the work that we are currently doing is, which is supported by the Hong Kong Bank Foundation, is that we have a pilot study on restoring gateway and replanting mangroves in abandoned gateway. And we hope that it could be climate mitigation that through carbon sequestration and also a habitat for wetland birds, and also support gateway fisheries. So this is some pictures taken on site of our gateway resort, which is actually quite near to the Maipo Nature Reserve. And as you can see, what we have done includes some reparation of the sluice gates. As you can see, in the past, it's really covered by vegetation already. And after renovation, looks pretty decent as a gateway sluice gates. And we also open up the open water so that the birds that like open waters could use it. And other than that, we also reprofile the ponds and have some islands, and also replant some mangrove seedlings in the ponds. And also, in the last photo, you can see we help the community to install septic tanks so that the household waste would not be directly dumping into the pond anymore. So after the habitat work, we, of course, want to collect data on how this change would be beneficial to the environment. So we are currently undergoing some ecological monitoring, looking at the birds' numbers, and also we are in collaboration with the academics to conduct carbon sequestration study in the pond. And we also plan to look at the productivity as we convert it back to a gateway. So other than in Hong Kong, we also have some work in the Greater Bay Area, and our goal is have several aspects that includes closing the scientific gaps that in terms of the function of mangroves in this area, and also support restoration of mangroves. And last but not least is to promote the adaptation of MBS in this area. So to be exact, for scientific research, we have two major research undergoing. Both are in collaboration with academics. One is to assess the carbon sequestration potential in various locations, including the restored gateway that I just mentioned, and also within Maipo Nature Reserve, and also in mangrove forest in Zhuhai. Other than that, we also look into assessing the wave attenuation ability. So we hope to have some quantitative data to show that how the mangroves in Maipo helps to attenuate the wave. And also we are supporting mangrove restoration work, and currently we work with the WWF China and supporting restoration work in Fujian, and it supports MCF work actually in restoring native mangrove restoration in the area. And last but not least, we also actually have some stakeholder engagement work that we are currently developing an information pack in Chinese that introduces the concept of MBS for people in this area. So that's for my presentation. You may notice I don't have any data at the moment because a lot of the work are still ongoing, but hopefully we could share useful information and provide some more insight in the future. Thank you.
Greetings, everybody. So we're now coming to the panel discussion, which Maureen and I are going to take turns in moderating. And you've got the QR code there, so you can put your questions in. There's somebody who's done a wonderful question for the Drainage Services Department with a great GIF in the middle of it, which you will see when you get onto the thing. So please add your questions, and you can also vote for the questions which you like. So the ones which get the most votes, the ones which we will probably concentrating on trying to get answers. Now, I have to introduce our 4 panelists, and maybe they'll come up here. Can I have the 4 panelists? I think you can sit without the light being in your eyes. Either way is okay. So, moving from my nearest to me, so Toby, you've spent 20 years at Maipo Marshes, right, with WWF, overseeing the habitat management of the reserve, and you're a senior manager of the Hong Kong Biodiversity and Conservation Policy team for WWF. So, really appreciate your expertise on the panel. May Chu. So you're an associate professor of civil engineering at Hong Kong U. You've got degrees at Lafayette College and at Stanford University, and you research on hydrology and sustainable water resources engineering, in particular sustainable management of stormwater and groundwater, and on conservation of wetlands and rivers in the face of urbanization. So, you're also chair of the Hong Kong chapter of the International Association of Hydro-Environmental Engineering and a member of the Executive Committee of the International Water Association Regional Committee of Hong Kong and of Drinking Water Safely Advisory Committee for the Hong Kong Government. And CY. Everybody knows CY, I suspect. So CY was director of our Hong Kong Observatory, the people who tell us when to get safely home and avoid typhoons and all the rest for quite a few years. He was honorary president of the Hong Kong Birdwatching Society from 97 to 2004, and is chairman of the Hong Kong Countryside Foundation, an advisor to the Hong Kong 2050 is Now project. And he hosts several radio programs on nature and climate change. He's taught geography and resource management for the Resource Management Department of Chinese U for 10 years. And that finishes. Have I done everybody? No, Billy. Yes, sorry. Billy. So Billy has been introduced before. Do I have to do it again? Or are you done? You're done. But we're very pleased to have you coming back and answering some of the questions. So, what are we trying to talk about here? Nature-based solutions. I think with nature-based solutions, there are 2 things you've got to do. You've got to get people's heart, and you've got to keep people's head. So the heart bit is saying, look, nature's really powerful. If we can harness nature, we can get great improvements for human well-being and for biodiversity. So that's the thing. And this diagram here, and there's a little video on it, which we were showing earlier today, talks about how people working with nature can produce all of these benefits, from greenhouse gas sequestration to flood and erosion control, coastal defense, cooling, and shading, and food and water security, livelihoods, cultural values, and social capital. So it's harnessing nature to help people, but also at the same time, obviously, to help biodiversity. And that can lead to sustainable development. So that's, to me, the thing that makes me feel this is right. But then, if you're going to go to the Hong Kong government and try and get money, you need a different approach, I think. And that's where I believe the IUCN's global standard for nature-based solutions comes in. And it provides clarity on what a nature-based solution is and the requirements for it to be successfully deployed. And it equips people who are using it with a robust, systematic framework for designing and verifying nature-based solutions to solve societal challenges. So hopefully, when you go along to whichever government department it is, you can get them to tick it off that, yes, this meets all the things, they should fund it. Now, what is it? So there are 8 criteria, and you start off in the middle of this with what is the societal challenge that we're trying to solve? Is it flooding? Is it pollution? What is it? You start off in the center, that's number 1, and then you think about the 3 things that you need to cover. It needs to be economically feasible. It needs to be a biodiversity net gain. And there needs to be a governance structure set up so that this thing will be well managed, will work. And often there are trade-offs between these, and you've got to get the balance right so you are positive on all 3 of those. Then you've got your overall management thing, that's nearly the outer circle, and finally mainstreaming it for sustainability. Now, when you come to think about the issues, how, I think it's really important to get into thinking about how one, we're not, a nature-based solution is nothing if it's not a solution to a problem. So what's the problem you're trying to solve? So you start off by thinking, and this is taking from the United Nations Environment Programme's Global Environment Outlook, saying what pressures does nature put on the system? So you have drought, extreme rainfall, heat waves, which are all affecting the trends and the state of water, land, air, biodiversity. And that's the green bit. Now, if we add ourselves in, which is sort of the grey bit, what drivers are influenced by human development and what pressures are they putting on? So there's pressure of deforestation. We've been cutting down trees, changing drainage. We degrade landscapes so that water comes off more rapidly. We can cause pollution to air, water and soil. We can cause a loss of habitat or biodiversity. We can cause loss of corridors which enable viable wildlife populations. If the wildlife is in too small an area, it doesn't have the population mass to be viable. And that all feeds into the state, and then the change in the state of nature, of the environment, then impacts us. It impacts the human well-being. It impacts its ecosystem services and economic goods and services. And that in turn leads us to say, well, what should we do about it? So the final blue box here, the step 3, is the responses. And Billy, you were talking this morning about how reforestation can solve some of these problems. And May, I know that you are working on porous pavements, and you're going to tell us a bit more about that. Toby, biodiversity reserves. Nature, MyPo is very much a biodiversity reserve. And CY, you were talking earlier about robin's nest and why it's important. So those are things which we're going to be covering. And the first person I'd like to talk a little bit about this is Billy. So Billy, we went through this together. So this is applying this diagram to what you've been talking about, that the pressures humanity is putting on the systems are deforestation of hills causes reduced ability for them to absorb water, rainfall. It comes flooding off more rapidly, soil erosion, air, water pollution, etc. Can I leave it to you to talk a little bit to this slide and why this is important, and then see what questions we have from our audience and on the Slido.
Deforestation is a worldwide problem, and Hong Kong, over 1,000 years ago, should be entirely covered in forest. Many people didn't know that. Because of our ancestors, my ancestors, were involved in cutting down all the trees, farming and all sorts. So the landscape we have is very degraded. We have 40% of the land in country parks, but the forest cover of the entire Hong Kong is only around 24%. And we have almost 40% of degraded grassland and shrubland. So there are enormous land available that we can repair the damage. And this is an obvious nature-based solution for Hong Kong. And the example I quote in the morning talk about the northern metropolis is just part of it. My vision is actually to have the entire Hong Kong reforest, which will generate a lot of benefits. We will solve the drought problem. When you have trees, the tree work with the soil, absorb all the rainwater and hold it. So in the dry season, they will gradually release water downstream. They can handle extreme rainfall, like in the black rainstorm, they absorb all the water and store it and release it gradually. Hong Kong is very small. If you look at the landscape, the city is kind of inscribed into a greener environment. If we restore all the hillsides, the cooling effect of the forest in Hong Kong is not going to cool a particular city, but the entire territory. Our landscape is very different from many major cities overseas. We are sort of inscribed in a green matrix. So if we make better use of these by restoring all these hillsides, we can actually generate much better benefits. So during rainstorm, we reduce surface runoff downstream. That actually helps significantly the flooding problem. And hillsides covered in forest are more resistant to landslide because of the actions of the root actions and other things. This has been proven in many literature. All the forest cover can reduce air pollution because air can trap all the dust particles and so on. And more importantly, we can restore many of the habitats for our terrestrial biodiversity, for birds, mammals, and so on. So these move on to actually affect us. We have a better environment, we have higher quality sort of hiking opportunities when the hills are covered in forest. I don't know you, but for me, when I look at a mountain, if a mountain is covered in tree, you find that it's more secreted than a barren hill. Now that's my personal feeling. I believe some people also share these. Overseas country, many people treasure hills, mountains covered in forest. And these generate reforestation need. So actually, that's what this figure is talking about.
Thank you, Billy. There are two questions which have been asked for you, one of which has got 4 votes and another one 3. So the first one is the difference between reforestation with native trees and with other trees. Would native trees create a more positive impact on the habitat, or do great matters, or doesn't make much difference which type of tree?
Has been a long debate, and there are lots of research both in Hong Kong and overseas proving that reforestation using native tree species will generate huge benefit to biodiversity. If you use exotic trees, the usual one like acacia, confusa, eucalyptus, or Lopho's dimon in Hong Kong, they can green the hillside. They provide certain ecosystem function like storing carbon, soil and water conservation, but they were found to be very weak in biodiversity. So you're kind of creating a green desert where local bird species or insects are not sort of like to use those kind of habitats. So if for nature-based solution, biodiversity is the key. Remember the definition. Any nature-based solution should benefit both human beings and biodiversity. So from this perspective, reforestation should basically use native species. And I've been involving in these for 2.5 decades now. 2.5 decades ago, people say that, well, native species do not grow on a hillside. And it is because of this sentiment I developed my career in planting trees. My philosophy is, if native tree cannot grow on the hillside, there will be no tree at all in the hillside. So native tree has been proven, at least some of the species were proven to be suitable for reforestation. So I'm all going after planting native trees to restore the landscape.
Billy, thank you. The second question was, great to see some examples of successful reforestation, but can you tell us about the failures? Why did they fail?
No, I didn't actually have any failure examples. The one is supposed to be, my PhD site was planted on Tam Shan in 1996 or 7. It was growing quite well, just like the picture I showed you, but there was a fire coming in 2004, and the entire site was burned. I was heartbroken. I thought that's the end. But nature has its power. All the trees resprout with new shoots. They're now 12, 10 meters tall. They're not as healthy as the original tree, but they are not destroyed. My experience is if you use good quality materials, if you are planting them right, trees survive. 50% survival rate is normal from all the projects I'm involved. Yeah.
Okay. May, if you could help us. So, porous pavements, why are they a good idea?
Sure. So I think first maybe I will explain more of my background. So I'm coming from the engineering department, and environment or the context I'm looking at, it's more urbanized. So it's like walking down the street of Corey Bay. What can we do in terms of incorporate more natural elements in it? And pavement is what we see in an urban area. And Billy has pointed out that the problem of deforestation, one of it is that it reduces the ability of our ground or earth to absorb the rainfall. So removing the trees and deforestation is one problem, right? Paving the urban area, I think it's quite obvious, right? It's become impervious, like impermeable. So porous pavement, it's unlike traditional pavement in a sense that we'll make it in a way so that water can still go into and through the ground. And the reason why we want it to happen, first of all, it's a natural process. This is the part of the natural water cycle. Water goes into the ground, and there are benefits from it, right? One part of the reason that we have flooding or the fact that we have paved our urban area, turning into pavement, buildings, and making everything compact in terms of the surface, is that the water cannot go into the ground. Then what it ends up is that it stays on the ground, above the ground. That's what we see as flooding. So we want the water to go into the ground. That's one of the benefits of it, and that's one of the benefits of having porous pavement. Another benefit that I can think of is that the ground actually is a filter. It improves water quality. So if we allow the water to go into the ground, the water that comes out from the ground eventually, or if the ground is not contaminated, it will be cleaner than before. So these are some of the benefits of having pavement that are porous than the conventional ones. So
May, thank you. And with your work in Hong Kong, how successful have the trials been, and what has the uptake been from the Hong Kong government in implementing it on a larger scale?
So I'm smiling because I'm actually, it's the Drainage Services Department that I've been working with in looking into porous pavement, and then there are colleagues from DSD today. And so how is it in Hong Kong? And so there are definitely efforts from DSD, and there have been projects that are looking at the feasibility of implementing in Hong Kong. And I have to say, there are unique challenges in Hong Kong. So porous pavement, they have been implemented in other places in the world, even of a larger scale. There are challenges in Hong Kong. Our rainfall, which is the workload of the porous pavement, right, it's high. So that makes it one challenge, right? That the work that the porous pavement needs to handle, the water that's going in, it's higher. So so that's one challenge. And another challenge is like limited space. I think many of these nature space solutions, they need more space than maybe hard engineer approaches, and we just don't have as much space as other places in the world. And also we have more cars. Like if we're talking about pavement, they support people and traffic, right? So other pavement, they only have like 10 people walking by, but we have 100. They have 10 cars going by, we have like 1,000 cars. So this make it challenges. So so these are some of the things that we need to look into in terms of the technical aspect of putting in porous pavement in Hong Kong. And in terms of how far we have been achieving in Hong Kong, there have been trials that have been implemented within the property of DSD, and also now recently also on public streets. So they're trying to see the performance of the porous pavement in terms of whether it can really help in absorbing the rainfall, and whether it can structurally withstand the traffic. Because porous pavement, the fact that we're introducing pores, they could be weaker. Like they may not last as long if they're not designed well. So these are the aspects that we're looking into, and also how we can maintain the pavement. Because there's this issue that if the pavement are porous, they may get clogged over time. So how we can keep it porous over in the long run. So now there are trials on public streets in Hong Kong, in Tseung Kwan O area. So this is how far we have in terms of what my involvement in
Thank you
policy
very
statement.
much.
So
Thank you. CY, you were talking to us earlier about the importance of Robin's Nest in terms of preserving biodiversity. Why is it an important place for biodiversity?
Yeah. Do you know where Robin's Nest is? Northeastern part of Hong Kong. I'll start philosophical. I think nature is the solution of everything. So without nature, there would be no civilization. So that's why in our constitution, we now have ecological civilization. Do you know that is in our constitution since 2018? So when I say our constitution, it is Chinese constitution, I'm sorry. Yeah. So in Hong Kong, we are part of China, we must abide with the constitution. And because nature is the solution of everything, so it's very important to keep nature working as nature. We should not denature nature, right? The Robin's Nest is located in a very strategic position, northeastern part of Hong Kong, next to Shenzhen, next to Entails. And then to its south, it is Pexin Country Park. And if you look at the map, it is connected all the way to Dalam Chung. Dalam Chung is actually connected to the hills in China through Robin's Nest. And actually it is agreed between Shenzhen and Hong Kong that we should make Robin's Nest active as a corridor. At the moment, it is not protected by any means, but at the moment, the government is going to designate it as a country park. But they only designate the upper half of the hill, not the lower half. So this is actually a problem. You see, in Hong Kong, say the wild birds, a lot of them would come from China. And actually, in the past half century, I've been watching birds for nearly half a century, and I do notice that we have a greater diversity of forest birds in Hong Kong. We have now more and more species of. No, I'm used to standing up. We are I can't really sit still. Because our forests, especially in Tai Po Khao and all the way up to Dai Mo Shan, the forest is maturing. So with the mature forest, we have old trees and then holes in old trees and then decaying old trees. We have a lot of different issues. So Hong Kong is becoming a refuge for birds feeling pressure from China. And actually, in the past 20 years, we have an increase of 40% in the number of wild bird species in Hong Kong. 40% in 20 years. So a lot of it is due to our mature forest. So it's very important to have the reforestation. Actually, we could become the refuge of birds under pressure in China. And then eventually they could go back when the conditions improve inside. But, well, birds, of course, they can fly. Other things can't really fly that far. So we need a physical link or conceptually physical link between Entails and the hills further north and our Pexin Land and the whole country park system. That's why we advocate very strongly that the Robin's Nest Country Park should be expanded immediately upon designation. We are running into great resistance. Anyone from AFCD? Yeah? No? Yes? No? Don't raise your hand. We are running into great difficulties with the government about this proposal to expand it further. Well, they argue that a corridor is just a concept, but then I wonder how the tortoise could move across, could move across the harbour if part of the connection is not designated as a protected area. Actually, in Shenzhen, they have built land bridges over highways to enable animals to move across. So we are worse than Shenzhen. Well, I think I've said enough. On the western side of Hong Kong, we have world-class wetland WWF. If you were not here, I would be talking about that now. But you have taken the good topic. But on the eastern side, we have a world-class Robin's Nest Country Park to be designated, and I would actually advocate that if the government is going to have more staff managing the new country park, let us form a consortium, and we manage it ourselves. That would fall into the spirit of nature-based solution. Then we will have a good place for recreation. We have a good corridor for animals to move across. And we will be contributing to the ecological civilization concept of our national constitution. Thank you.
So Toby, yes, last but please, nature reserve, biodiversity reserves, why are they important? Why is MIPO important? And if you could perhaps also talk a little bit about the BSAP, what's it, the biological strategy, what is BSAP? BSAP, action plan, strategy and action plan. Yeah, because we're due to have a new one yet, and at the moment it's not very clear how that's going to happen. But please, nature reserves.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Gibson. I think setting up protected areas is one of the NBS. And relying on our colleague, Dr. Carmen Orr, that earlier that she presented about our Maple Nature Reserve. I rely on her presentation that biodiversity reserve supports biodiversity conservation and tackles with climate change, such as those mangrove within our reserve is acting as a carbon storage. And also our nature reserve is also supports human activities, which is kind of such as nature appreciation, which is good for well-being of the human as well as the human's health. So in that sense, I think the Maple Nature Reserve is one of an example for NBS. But please bear in mind that the yeah. I think they might know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it is because I just want to remind keep this bear in mind is that the running cost of the Maple Nature Reserve is huge. It's huge and increase every year because the aging problem of the gateway. So in that sense, I just wonder. Even I come from the Maple Nature Reserve. Come from the reserve and working for WWF. So we have to consider the future benefits against the current cost. And if this is, to enable us to balance what we're spending on the reserve, and can we sure that the future benefits can be compensate for the current running costs. So I think the Maple Nature Reserve is one of the examples of NBS, but this is not a good example. Sorry. Carmen, do you agree? Okay, and anyway, and the second question is about the BSAP, BSAP. So Mr. Gibson, during the lunchtime, asked me what is my wish on CBD or BSAP. Yep. I think I trust JD about the seagrass. I think nowadays the most urgent action need to do to protect is the marine waters. Yeah, it is because according to CBD Target 1, all places should be protected. But in Hong Kong, only 5% of the oceans is being protected, unlike the terrestrial area. Yeah, in the land area, town planning or the OEZP outline zoning plans had covered almost over 90% of land area. But the ocean is far from behind. So I think, yeah, because during the lunchtime, the chit chat with Mr. Gibson, I didn't give him the answer. And I felt him that Mr. Gibson is kind of disappointed. But I think now, are you happy with my answer? Okay, okay, yeah. So I think my answers to your question, yeah, is it now.
Thank you very much. That's okay. I think you can hear me, right?
Barely.
All right. Switch one. This one's on. Okay. So we've talked about MIPO, Robin's Nest. Billy talked about reforestation. I'm going to ask one more time in terms of this place here, the Northern Metropolis, which is, there is a policy document around it. And what we're trying to tackle here in this panel is to try to find pathways to get more nature-based solutions implementation. So perhaps this is one of the lower hanging fruit. So the question to all panelists is, within the Northern Metropolis, what are some low hanging fruit? What are some of the immediate opportunities that the government could implement to see the Northern Metropolis become more climate resilient? As we've seen, it is facing a lot of climate challenges. And CY is laughing because I think he's the ex-director of the Hong Kong Observatory, so understands very much these risks. But perhaps, yes. So what are some low-hanging fruit in this area? What are some solutions that should and could be directly applicable? Anybody would like to take that first?
Well, I came late because I was attending another conference, and I was asking the Secretary for Development what she is doing for ecology in the Northern Metropolis. And I asked her why, right away, the sentient, that picture was good, why the sentient technopole has to expand into some 100 hectares of high quality wetland. So if you are asking for low-hanging fruit, I'm asking for the minimum damage. Well, actually, in Sanboshu, which is next to Shantin, is high quality wetland. 1% of the world population of black-faced spoonbill was found there. It qualifies as a Ramsar site. So what Hong Kong should do right away, actually in accordance with the government, the Chinese government policy to designate as much as possible, as many as possible Ramsar sites. So the government, the low-hanging fruit is to declare right away the Sanboshu and nearby Shantin and the area adjacent to Maipo should be designated as an extension or a new Ramsar site, an extension of Maipo Inner Bay Ramsar site or a new Ramsar site. This is in line with national policy. Actually, you look at the left-hand side, that small piece of wetland in Phúc Thiền was designated a Ramsar site last year. It's a terribly little wetland. It achieved its Ramsar site designation only because it is next to Hong Kong, next to our Maipo. Therefore, it is part of Maipo, and therefore it is a Ramsar site. It would be impossible for it to be a Ramsar site on its own. So, low-hanging fruit, it is very obvious. Expand Maipo in Hau Hoi Wan, in a Deep Bay Ramsar site eastward into Sanboshu and part of Shantin. That would I think WWF will love it. And actually, that's a good site for wetland. Definitely not a good site for a technopole, because that place is also vulnerable to flooding from the sea and from Shenzhen River. If we have high concentration of wealth in that area, it would mean very high loss in severe flooding. It would be similar to what you saw in a place called Dezhou, next to Beijing, where all the books in China were concentrated, stored, and all the books were lost. Were you aware of that? Actually, that's a very well-known case of wrong location of high wealth density storage. So the low-hanging fruit, my number one thing is a new Ramsar site in Hong Kong. Readily available. You just need to draw a line, full stop, and then find someone to manage it. And I keep on suggesting that the Hong Kong people should stand up and say, we would form a consortium, we manage it for you. And then let us own our own Hong Kong. Let us find the money to manage it. Don't say that we have no money in Hong Kong. We have a lot of money, but it really depends on where the money goes to. They want to put it in the sea for the Hong Kong, for the artificial island. So, and one contribution is to say, don't build the island. Yeah.
So if we designate more protection areas in these wetlands, what can we do to enhance the adaptation ecosystem services from the northern metropolis wetlands? Where are some areas that could be concentrated, on restoration of certain types of habitats, maybe mangrove, maybe others? And maybe this is also a question for Carmen, if she wants to supplement.
I think lady first.
So the question, Carmen, is how do we enhance adaptation ecosystem services? What kind of restoration could we see, or enhancement of wetlands in new protected areas to increase climate resilience?
Okay, I think in NM perspective, it really depends on the location of the wetland. So in the western part, it will be closer to the Shenzhen Bay, and it's more has potential to be restoring through gateway. So in the eastern part, it would be more freshwater. So it's retained as fish ponds, and continued management would be possible options. Yeah. So I will leave part of.
Yeah, I think in the deep bay wetland, in the areas, I think we can revitalize some abandoned fish pond over there. Yeah, and as well as to enhance the management of the gateway, which gateway is intertidal stream ponds, which is originally for commercial purpose. But nowadays, since the WWF take over the Maple Nature Reserve, we changed the use for bird use only. So I think those measures mentioned by Carmen is very simple. It's very simple, and the cost is very low, because the fish pond is already there. The gateway is already there. I mean, the gateway is not just within the Maple Nature Reserve. There are lots of abandoned gateway in the area, such as in Jinbeizhou, or in Shentin area, or in the Shentin Telopole. Yeah, so we can we virtualize that. But on the other hand, I think CY just mentioned about the extension of the Ramsar site boundary. We are more greedy. WWF is more greedy. We want to extend the Ramsar site along the WCA, Wetland Conservation Area, which is about 2,000 hectares, and including the Parklight area, which is the TNC site for education, and they have some research over there, Parklight area. So I think, but in the longer term, I think we need to lowering the government to get the government to buy in our idea nowadays we lack conversation between we need to dialogue with the government. Yes, and I think one important barriers for implementation of NBS in Hong Kong is the government's mindset and her strong governance approach. So I think we can talk it later on. Yeah, and Marine, yeah.
So we can speak about the challenges in a second. But what are some of the benefits, again, thinking of low-hanging fruit and particularly of applying these solutions in the northern metropolis? What are some of the benefits for the government? How could this benefit the government in this area? What are some easy wins?
I think NM, Northern Metropolis, cover about 300 square kilometer. Yeah, and this provides an opportunity for us to implement the NBS in Hong Kong, and even the CE, John Lee, see NM as a kind of engine for development, right? 發展引擎. And I think WWF, we have been trying to promote wetland city, to integrate conservation and development in the Deep Bay area, particularly the wetland, those wetlands, which is of ecologically importance over there. But in terms of the wetland or Ramsar city approach, we can uplift Hong Kong, not just the Deep Bay area, to an international level of a demonstration site for sustainable development. And more importantly, we can show to the PRC, to the mainland China, that Hong Kong is ecologically civilized.
So my perspectives are practices that can be implemented within an urban area, like the porous pavement that I was talking about, and also maybe like the planting areas within an urban area or roofs that can make it green. So that's my background. And we can implement these as retrofits to an existing or urbanized area, but it's harder. Like if there's a new development area, there's less existing infrastructures that we have to work around or bend around with. It's a lot easier. Just as an example of porous pavement, we just need to have a little bit space, like 0.5 meter into the ground. But if we're doing it on streets that have been developed, there's actually a lot of things underground, like there are cables and pipes that we have to somehow maneuver around. So given that there's this area that should be developed, I think it just make it easier. It's an easier and more obvious choice to implement and try these practices or more nature-based solution in terms of handling drainage facilities. So I hope that will give another perspective. So
I think from my observation, NBS is not well known among the general public and not well known among many of the government officials. I think the immediate task is to mainstream this concept through NGOs or individual departments so that the public know what it is. I mean, government will not act unless they sense that the public asks for it. So I think there is a big task, especially among NGOs, to promote this concept to the public. I think this is a good start. WWF did one last year, and I hope more professional organizations, more NGOs will talk about NBS. And with the government kind of reopened and have more opportunities to talk with outside governments, I hope they feel that they need to beef up their knowledge and policy on NBS, because when you talk to governments in other cities in the world, you don't know what they're talking about. That's very bad. So there is a need to mainstream this in the government as well.
Given the issues of mainstreaming and the fact that the concept is, still struggling, what are some of the other policy platforms where this can be yet, another opportunity to talk about nature-based solutions? And particularly with the BSAP coming up, I wonder for those of you, and I know that there are numerous on this panel who've actually worked on the previous BSAP, was nature-based solutions a topic, and can it be better integrated, therefore, in this time round? Maybe one for Toby?
Yeah, I'm disappointed about the progress of the BSAP. Yeah, indeed. So, Maria, I may not be able to answer your question directly, but just share my experience. Yeah, I once talked with the AFCD about the BSAP and talking about the NBS, nature-based solution, in associate with the BSAP. And she asked me, what is NBS? So I don't know if there is an AFCD officer here, but I need to share the story. So I'm not optimistic about BSAP related to the NBS. But anyway, moving forward, I think we need to mainstream or to talk with the government on what is NBS as a kick-off point.
Another question then. Another policy platform is obviously our climate policy. And in terms of carbon sequestration, I think there's this idea that our natural systems, the carbon sequestration potential is relatively low. So number one, is that actually true? And number two, if it's not, does it matter? What are some of the, the co-benefits that we should still be considering? And what can we do to include this as part of our climate strategy? Anybody want to take that on?
Now, Hong Kong is small, so if you use nature-based solution to capture carbon, the effectiveness is not as good as some bigger cities with more land. But for one thing is, if you are trying to achieve carbon neutrality, the first 50, 60, or 70% may be easier by reducing energy consumption, using technology, and so on. But you're moving towards the last 10%, that become very difficult. And if you have nature-based solution to support it, that 10% could be significant. So if you look at it from that angle, there's no reason why you should not do it. And the cost for doing it is lower. As the example I mentioned, if you integrate NGO and community effort and corporate money, government need to put in very few resources. All they need to do is to make the land available for doing so. Right? So I do see, despite that Hong Kong is small and the land is small, but we still need nature-based solution to achieve the last 10% of carbon neutrality. That's my will.
Well, I'm a climate person, so I definitely say that we should plant all the trees we could plant. Climate change is a global problem. I keep on saying this is a local problem. Everybody on Earth doing a little bit of terrible thing, and then we have climate change. So for a global problem, you need a global solution. That is, everyone doing a little bit of positive things, then you get a great positive. So I agree completely with Billy. No matter how little or how much you are contributing, so long as you could contribute, plant trees as much as possible, and enable the wetland, the marshes to grow as happily as possible. So, so size, magnitude is not a problem. It is a moral responsibility. And of course, with more trees, we would be happier. Yeah.
Just one reminder. Reforestation with native species is not just about carbon. It's about restoring our biodiversity. That's very important.
All right. Thank you. I think we can move on to the next section, which is going over the challenges. We've touched upon them briefly, and understanding those challenges in our local context, and perhaps thinking about ways to overcome them. So we'll keep this slide up. These are the common challenges around nature-based solutions implementation everywhere, not just in Hong Kong, and they are actually quite common in most places. So another question for any of our panelists who wish to take it on. In some of your projects, what are some very concrete, forgive the pun, problems that you've encountered in trying to get your projects not only off the ground, but scaled as well?
Sorry, I really like talking. Well, you might be surprised. Actually, the government has already funded a project which has nature-based solution as a label. And that's Countryside Foundation. We have secured the project under the so-called management agreement scheme, under the Countryside Conservation Funding Scheme. We got funding to practice farming for conservation in Lai Chi Wo village. And we are farming in Lai Chi Wo not for production of saleable things, but we go there, we farm initially with Hong Kong University. His better half was in charge 10 years ago. Before that time, a few years back, we did not use nature-based solution as a label. But in the last 2 years, 3 years, we are now using nature-based solution as a label. And we make good use of natural resources to support farming, and we farm in such a way that it is ecologically friendly. And also we farm it in such a way that we would attract urban people migrating into the once deserted village to build a resident population. So it is part of the village revitalization effort. So I think we could consider that we have already had one case of successful application of nature-based solution without that label at the beginning. I have to acknowledge that Hong Kong U was there right at the beginning. Hong Kong Countryside Foundation was a partner, but now we now own the land more or less. We give out the land to qualified farmers who can write proposals. So in Hong Kong, you have to write proposals to get land for farming. But I want to say that it is not impossible to get funding with the nature-based solution, but of course you have to sell your story. Very fortunately, we seem to have succeeded once. At that time, they don't really understand what it is, but we keep on telling them that this is a new concept, so it's okay. This government keeps on looking for innovation, so that's one of the innovation. You have to use that terminology, innovation, and 創新 or something like that. Then you would get the money. And of course, you always quote ecological civilization from the Constitution, and quote the saying or what Chairman Xi has just said in the last few weeks. Then you get the money. I'm afraid that's the trick. No, not trick. That's the strategy. So please don't be too pessimistic. I'm very pessimistic, but I'm very positive. So failure is the norm. Once in a while you succeed, and that's enough to keep you alive for 10 years or more. So there's a lot of problems. There are a lot of problems. You could be talking to trees who will not respond to your questions, but you keep talking, and then eventually they would be convinced. I discovered that in the policy address, the chief executive talks about setting up the 三寶樹 wetland park or something like that, and that's after a lot of doping. You call it doping? A lot of poisoning, a lot of doping. Talking to them, convincing them, writing pieces of paper, send them all these pieces of paper, keep on sending them, and then keep on looking at them, then they remember. So be persistent. You would fail 100 times or 1,000 times actually, but you might succeed one time. But it takes time. So the key is to be very patient and don't be afraid of failure. Failure is the norm. Success is just once in a while. Yeah.
So, so the question is like the challenges, right? In oh, I see. Okay. So, so earlier in this section, panel section, I mentioned about the technical challenges, right? In porous pavement and drainage, that there's just higher rainfall, limited space. There's this physical constraint to implement these solutions, and then there's just more people, more traffic. And another challenge that I see or experience is that when we implement these nature-based solutions, at least in my projects, it cross different government departments. So it's a little bit related to this understanding of the cost and the benefits in a sense that there's this externality. Okay, thank you. Externality to this solution is that who pays the effort may not be the only one that's benefiting from it. Or who's benefiting from it may not need to pay the cost directly. So there's this problem, right? This cost and benefit, who's doing the work and who's benefiting. And so I think there has to be some kind of central or neutral regulatory body that is solving this issue of externality. So say, putting into this context of porous pavement, and if we want to use it for support the drainage, harvest this drainage capacity, that would be the incentive of drainage service department, right? Then they will be benefiting from it. But then it may require other government departments to work together. Pavement are constructed or operate or maintained by highways department. So that's another party that has to be involved, even though they may not look into drainage process themselves, or maybe that's not their emphasis. And to keep the porous pavement function over the long term, then it has to be maintained by, say, food and hygiene, environmental hygiene department. So there's all these, they're in charge of the street cleaning. So I don't know whether you may not have thought of it. So just this one specific solution, or one solution out of the many, right? There are already these different departments that have to work with and have to trust each other. Like, so this is a different pavement. Can the food and environmental hygiene department take care of the pavement well enough so that it doesn't clog in the long run? Because if it clogs, if it hasn't been cleaned well enough, then it doesn't function as well. And then to have this clean, then it needs some techniques, cleaning techniques that they didn't have before. It's not just about power washing. They may need to bring in some special vacuum to clean the pavement, and we may not have those technologies, or they are not adopting these in a larger scale in Hong Kong. So whether the other department would, basically there's this cooperation among different departments, and also there's this externality to these nature-based solutions that people need to work together, and there has to be some kind of a central or regulatory body to make sure that there are enough incentive and cooperation among the different departments.
Yeah, I mean, if individual departments, it seems, cannot solve it because of the thing that one department spends the other money, another department's policy area gets the benefit, is the answer to go up to the chief executive. And under the chief executive, we've now got, since December last year, the policy unit, which has got money to spend on research grants and to work out solutions to these sorts of problems. So I was wondering whether anybody here has applied for such a research grant, and is this a way forward?
So I've applied for a research grant from the Public Policy Unit to look at nature-based solutions for urban heat island mitigation. And that was probably 6 months ago, and haven't heard back from them yet. So, I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm affiliated with HKUST.
Anyone else?
I'll ask perhaps if Billy also wants to comment on that, on the challenges that he's met. We heard earlier on that he's been trying to push this solution of reforestation, which seems to be such an obvious win, and he even joined the town planning board, and yet this is still not a solution that is adopted. I wonder what your take is on why this is such a challenging feat for such an obvious solution.
I talked to some very senior government officials before on this. The immediate response, the first question the officer asks is, how long would it take for the forest to form? And said, well, 10 years. And I sense that for many government officials, even if I make the effort to do it now, I cannot claim the result in the end. Someone else will take it. So that's why I cannot get the interest of doing this obviously very simple thing. Because if a government official will take the plan on, obviously you need to put some time and resources in getting it done. But by the time the forest is formed, he either retires or moves to other departments or bureaus. Then they can go nowhere. So there's no incentive, from my point of view, for civil servants to take this up. And my hope is, I'm waiting. I mean, just like in the 1990s when I started asking government to plant native trees, they told me that native tree could not grow on the hillside. So we spent so much time doing it, and eventually it's changing. I mean, government is planting a lot of native tree, both in the countryside and in urban areas. And I do hope it will change, but I've been waiting for someone who's brave enough to take it up and push it. The reason why I put up the forest park thing in my presentation is I want to lure someone to come in, because if someone take it up and say, okay, let's plan for forest park, then that one will be remembered. Like everyone in Hong Kong now knows MacLeod set up country parks in Hong Kong. All right, if someone come out and say, okay, let's set up forest park in Hong Kong, and hope that it will be a big enough lure that someone will take it. So that's why I use that strategy. So I'm not admitting that I failed. I'm still pushing it. So I hope in 2 or 3 years' time or 4 years' time, something will happen. So I'm still hopeful. And after working in Hong Kong for 3 decades, I know government reacts slowly, but it will come.
Perhaps, Robert, you can help me review the easy retro, see if there are some questions that we want to answer there. Anybody have a question that you'd like to take in person? Please feel free, put your hand up. Perhaps, oh, yeah.
So, thank you. So maybe I will also speak first, because maybe mainly from my point of view will be some reflections for a few points I just made. For example, maybe so taking the wetland as an example, because we say Maple here, but also the Shenzhen that way. And maybe like one piece of more information, like together with WWF globally, I've been working with accreditation and the Ramsar Convention called International Wetland Cities. And actually many cities from China, like they are very interested in. And so far, like 43 cities are accredited, and half of them are Chinese cities. And like, because from my point of view, like if you feel like the governments or the policies, like they have been not addressing like topics so much, so maybe you can encourage them to say, okay, we have been already a front runner in case of financial developments, also economic developments. So far can also be an example as a sustainable development pilot city. So to say like, why instead of protecting only one Ramsar site, you can protect a lot and become a wetland city. So that's also in the end will shape the way of like to develop in the future. Yeah, thank you.
You know, the Ramsar Convention, they had a conference of parties last year, partly in Kunming, Wuhan, yeah? And partly in, I think, in Geneva. Well, they now have a system of wetland cities, and well, I don't know why Hong Kong wasn't nominated as one. But I think this is an award which we could offer to the government. Just tell them that if you do it properly and get the support of China mainland, we could also be designated. Because Shenzhen is going to designate itself as the world's best city with wetland right at the center of the city. Well, but actually the wetland is worse than ours. So I think you have a very good idea. Just let us sell the idea to the Hong Kong government. Then they might have some motivation.
Thank you. I have one question from the audience here. Sorry. What are some of the most impactful ways in which the private sector, the business community, can be engaged in supporting nature-based solutions in Hong Kong? Aside from financial support or funding for ongoing projects, as experts in the field, what is really needed to accelerate action? So what can companies do? Who would like to take this one?
Someone from the audience can also
I think they're changing. I think the Paris Agreement did change the world. As I said, I've been in the field for 3 decades, and for the CBD, for Kyoto Protocol, none of the targets were met, and the world was really not reacting to it. In the Paris Agreement, I did see changes. At least you see many corporates coming out to declare that they will achieve carbon neutrality by 2030 or something like that. Now, how are they going to implement it? I don't know, but at least they're talking about it. And I see the world is nowadays more responsive to environmental issues if you compare with 10, 20 years ago. So they are changing. So what corporate can do is, because VSG initiative, they can invest. They have to invest into environment initiative. I think that actually could give a lot of support to NGOs and other units, academics, working for the environment. After all, for corporate, funding support is the key. I mean, without their support, many of the projects cannot be implemented. The lychee wall you're talking about is HSBC money at the beginning, which started it. Many of the big projects actually depend on private sector fundings. So they're good at making money. They should be good at spending money. So I think that's actually the key role. And how to mainstream environment in the staff team is also important. I have been encouraging NGO to send proposal to corporate, say we can offer environment-related training, whether it is nature-based education or climate change-related, doesn't matter, anything. Just get them lured in, get their staff training day into an environmental education day. That's what NGOs should do. This actually could change the culture in the company. And I do see hope that companies are changing.
Hi, my name's Sam. I'm a Sustainable Development Manager for Swire Pacific, and I look after biodiversity as a topic area for Swire at the group level. One of the things that I was going to mention as I suppose a bit of a challenge with nature-based solutions is that for the science-based targets right now, that the idea that you can only use sort of NBS, these sorts of projects, for your last 10%, it's created, and I wouldn't say this has happened at Swire, but I do think you see within the ecosystem that it creates a disincentive, because it means that we're nowhere near, no company in the world is anywhere near reaching 90%. And so being told, oh, well, don't do this until you reach that 90% because you can't use it until then, is a bit of a silly disincentivization, which I think will be sorted. Maybe not so much on the specific projects, but I do think what's been very interesting with things like TNFD coming in now is how it is getting on the agenda, and also how there are aspects of, from a company's perspective, you know, traditionally companies have looked at what the effects of climate change will be on them, and not always how they affect climate change. So things that we're doing now are sort of mapping out how the operations affect nature. And I think that process as well, which we're going to see, particularly with things like TNFD coming in, you're going to see more and more companies doing. I think that's certainly a first step, because if we're not measuring how we are affecting the environment as companies, then we're going to have really struggle to actually do anything about it, or even know where to start. But I think the important thing with that is that it's definitely getting on the agenda for many companies, which is very encouraging.
Thank you. I'm Michael Lau from the Hong Kong Wetlands Conservation Association. I think Hong Kong is an economic city. It's a commercial city. So businesses have a lot more influence than, say, NGOs or academics. So I would say one very important role that businesses can play is to use your network to talk to the government, to influence the government about the importance of nature-based solutions. But nature-based solution is a big but kind of vague concept. So different people have different interpretations. We can put a lot of different actions and measures into it. So just using that concept may dilute what the recipients would get. So I would suggest looking at a small city like Hong Kong, and nature-based solution is to solve societal challenges. What are the biggest challenges we face these days? I would say climate change and flooding. I don't think anyone would dispute that after the super typhoon, after the big rainstorm. So in Hong Kong, what will be the potential for nature-based solutions? And I would say Northern Metropolis, where a lot of attentions, both in the government, in the society, in the businesses, because it's a growth engine for Hong Kong, solve a lot of our housing problems, growth problem. So how can we adopt nature-based solutions to solve climate mitigations regarding flooding and climate adaptations, again, regarding flooding and climate change? So if we can hopefully think of one or two big ideas where we can adopt nature-based solutions in Hong Kong, and if the businesses, through their Chamber of Commerce and all that, to talk to government, if more and more people talk about this, government sooner or later will get the idea and then think seriously.
So I'd like to add in this perspective of possibly incorporate these in private development or residential areas. Overseas, they found that the property values can possibly go up if there are nature-based solutions around it. So that could be an incentive for the private developer to incorporate it, given that the people, the resident, appreciate those nature-based solutions. So it goes back to the question of whether there's a awareness of the public and the appreciation of the public. Like, if there is, then the benefits of having these nature-based solutions will be reflected in prices of the properties, and it will go back to, then it will give an incentive for the private sector to be incorporated, right? Because another way is that they can be very passive, right? It can be the policy, or somehow they are it's compulsory for them or mandatory for them to incorporate these solutions? Is that they need to set certain area for greening, or like after development you cannot have extra runoff problem downstream? This is a passive way. Another way, or more sustainable, optimistic way, is that there's this awareness, appreciation from the public, and then the prices will reflect, and then there's this incentive for the developer to incorporate these solutions.
Thank you. Somebody there, does that one work?
Yes, yes, it is. Thank you very much. I'm reflecting on one or two things actually that have been said about bringing in the private sector. One of the areas that I find quite useful actually is to maybe understand when communicating with business now that they are getting interested in this discourse, because it's coming closer to the impact on the business itself. What we're seeing now is the CFOs and the financial heads are starting to join the conversations because it's hitting their bottom line. So one of the things is maybe, what I find is changing the conversation to how is it immediately impacting their business. Nature-based solutions are definitely, obviously, very, very obviously, after today, a solution. But the terminology is still quite distant from them and from their understanding of how it actually hits their bottom line. So what I often find is having a conversation with the business decision makers is that, what's the problem that you're trying to solve right now? If it's related to your environmental pillar and it's about water, let's say, they will often look at it downstream. So they're spending money on downstream fixes that actually are costing them because they're not addressing it upstream. As soon as they turn their perspective and you highlight to them that actually all that money and that risk that you're focusing on that's coming at you here at the operational level or downstream, where you're getting fined or taxed, if you pivot and you start looking upstream and you look at where your water is coming from and that you're dependent on it, and that's a risk, that gets their attention. So then when you start turning the conversation around to saying, okay, yeah, it's impacting the business. So I think it goes back to, sorry, the gentleman's comment about Swire and the materiality, and that is how it's impacting my business. Now businesses are looking externally. Now is the opportunity to capture their thinking and their worry that it's upstream and it's how they're impacting it themselves. That conversation is actually starting to happen. And I'm finding actually with the more forward-looking visionary companies, they're beginning to realize that actually looking upstream and looking at ecosystem services as a risk and an opportunity starts the conversation, gets them thinking, talking, and then they're open to learning. Then I think nature-based solutions comes into the conversation. It also actually is driving quite some interesting nascent financial products. So the insurance sector has actually come up with, and I think it goes back to CY's consortium idea, and that is where insurance and businesses are joining with NGOs and small business associations to protect shorelines because the businesses are there and they know they're going to get hit by a hurricane or tidal surges. It's very, very new. It's very cutting edge. But if we can get those conversations into more of a, I guess the term is a portfolio type thinking, they start to look at many, many, many wetlands, many, many, many sustainable aquaculture operations, and they see that as an opportunity. But it's still really, really new, and it's still very, very cutting edge.
I'd say thank you for that contribution. I had experience some time back with the Coca-Cola system, which has issues with the water it takes into its plants, getting very heavily involved in making sure the water catchment areas it was operating in were positive. But Tim Pearson-Smith, you have a lot of dealings with business. And one of the questions which it might be helpful is if you can talk about how can green groups get listened to by business? You know, what is it that will attract a business to get engaged, to put effort in, to put money in on some of these issues we've been discussing? Thank you.
Thanks, Robert, and thanks TNC and Civic Exchange. Fantastic day. Okay, I would say you need to put effort into building relationships and nurturing relationships with the senior corporates. Pop up in the places that they pop up. So be there, develop trust. I think that one of the key points is you've got to frame your messages and your engagements in a business-friendly way. I think that's really crucial. What do I know about green groups? They have a huge body of really good evidence and data. So be prepared to share that, because business like that quantification. And I think the other point is be open to collaboration, partner with them and do things like that. I think those would be my 4 top things to do. But I think the other point I would say is patience. In order to develop these relationships, you've got to demonstrate that you're robust in your science or whatever it is. You've got to kind of build and nurture relationships, and it's not a single fly past. You've got to put in the effort, develop the relationships. Think about it a bit like a sponsorship. Give them love and give them reasons to keep engaged, because I absolutely agree with kind of all the rules with regard to kind of stock exchange and reporting that we have to do, which is now going even further into nature reporting. There is an enormous amount of willingness and there's an enormous amount of budget that can be shared through kind of EHS, whatever you like to call it. There are so many different kind of pockets of money. So I wish everyone, a lot of luck in doing that. And I think that if you follow those 4 guidelines, you'll kind of be on the way.
Questions that have come up, perhaps we can answer this. What is the difference between blue-green infrastructure and nature-based solutions? Where do they overlap? And perhaps this is where we can talk about the importance of standards. Toby, do you want to take that one on? The difference between blue-green infrastructure, or maybe the similarities between blue-green infrastructure and nature-based solutions. I think it's important to clarify those terms.
Thanks, Marine. Indeed, I get confusion between the two, blue-green infrastructure and nature-based solutions. I read some journal paper, to try to differentiate the difference between two. It seems that over there, they're divided in 2 camps. One is very skeptical on the blue-green infrastructure, if those structures are nature-based solutions. Yeah, so I'm still get lost about the difference in between the 2 terminology, right? Mm-hmm.
But I think one thing we can agree on, and this is why we need standards, right? And I think you've been working on looking at those standards and how they apply to Hong Kong. But the IUCN standards essentially define what is a nature-based solution and what the criteria it needs to meet. Kitty, do you want to take that one on? Last remark by Kitty, and then we'll pass it on to Lawrence.
Yeah, actually, I answered that question by sending a paper reply to that. Actually, blue-green infrastructure is NBS. I think the difference or whatever is just what societal challenge they want to resolve. So from my understanding, blue-green infrastructure is within the city. So normally they want to solve like urban heat island effect, or they want to solve a flooding issue. But I guess what conservation people in this room, they are looking for more like to solve the biodiversity problem, that kind of thing. So I guess everybody can look at that paper if you don't understand. And because there's a very amazing graph there, it shows green infrastructure is inside NBS. And then within that, there's also ecosystem goods and services and everything. So I believe you will understand that after reading the paper.
Thank you so much, Maureen, and then thank you for your moderation, and then also thank you the panelists, and then also Robert Gibson to moderate such brilliant panel. So now it is the end of our forum today. Actually, at the very beginning, when we talk about the climate change, it sounds so terrible, like the bad rainstorm, flooding, hellfire, blah, 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 is trying to scare everyone. Actually, it does impact everyone's life. But after today, the whole day event, I believe everyone already can feel it. Climate change is an opportunity for everyone to really rethink our city together, so that make our city become greener, more harmonious with the nature, and then make more public open space. As we come to the end of this forum, I would really like to take this opportunity to reflect on the insightful discussion and presentation we have witnessed throughout today. First of all, we have gathered here with a really common purpose to really explore the emerging concept of the nature-based solution and uncover its potential application in Hong Kong. After today's forum, I think the NBS term no longer like what Maureen mentioned Lulu mentioned in her opening speech is a jargon or buzzword. I believe today everyone already built a very concrete and then tangible idea what is the nature-based solution is. And then also throughout the different session, we also really dive into different dimensions of the NBS, and then also gather a very deepen our understanding of its principle, and then also identify how it's really implemented in our city. We have also here different experts share their knowledge, experience holistically, and then also try to integrate the NBS into Hong Kong policy framework. In particular, they also really aligned to mention a very integrated approach to really help us to battle against the climate change and the importance of incorporating nature-based solution approach in our policy and planning and practices in day by day. In particular, one point I really like it is how to connect to the business sector. Because like last year, in the IPCC, in the COP27, actually a lot of business sector feel very disappointed that in the final statement, it mentions civil society, government, green groups, but didn't really mention about the business sector. But actually, business sector will be a very key stakeholder. Why? Because like our panelists mentioned, it can really help them to de-risk their portfolio in the future, and then also help them to understand what is the externality that creates throughout their business process. So actually, it will help them to make a more appropriate business strategy in the future to make their business not just sustainable, but also economic viable. And then also throughout different case study, and then like Dong Chung River, Anderson Road development, and then also the Choi Ping River, and then also Professor Hao also mentioned that 2,000 hectares of land is potential to undergo reforestation, and then annually can create like more than 40,000 tons of carbon to sequentiate 40,000 tons of carbon. So that it is a very tangible evidence to show how nature-based solution can contribute Hong Kong. But also our speaker and panelists also mentioned some threats like the hellfire, and then also the urban development is a threat for our future. So that we need to really work together and then to really create a sustainable and harmonious urban ecosystem and help us to address different kind of challenge. So that finally, the panel also allow us to really understand how to tackle the challenge that we are facing. And then also explore like what CY mentioned, the lower hanging fruit, in Hong Kong, for example, is like try to avoid some development. And then also like how to reinforce our climate resilience, like to avoid flooding in the future. We have engaged a lot of fruitful discussion today, but before the end of my speech, I would like to make a call for action. So that compared with other cities in the world, like London, New York, and Beijing, if they want to make a meeting or a forum, they probably need to travel around the country. But in Hong Kong, our advantage actually is small. We can meet up each other frequently. So that I'm calling everyone to work together, mainstreaming the nature-based solution, and then try to surround our stakeholder more frequently, and then help them understand what is the potential of the nature-based solution. So I have one suggestion. Sorry, I didn't really have any discussion with Lulu and Marine before I proposed this suggestion, but what I observed that throughout this conference is we maybe have a potential to form a consortium that combine with the green groups, business sector, and then also academia to work together and then explore, collaborate, and then add to work a forest city like what 1,000 years ago, like Professor Hao mentioned in his sharing. Finally, I will express my sincere gratitude to all participants, sponsors, speakers, and organizers like TNC and the Civic Exchange team today. Your help, without your support, it is never make this forum happen. So that thank you very much once again. And then we will publish a booklet and then also upload some presentation deck on the website after this session. Thank you so much. So,